Mr. President, we're ready. We can good to go.
This time, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I will do the roll call for the Municipal Council regular meeting of October 27, 2020 at 7 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Trahardy.
Here.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mims.
Here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Glass. Mr. President.
Here, Madam Clerk.
The third ward is vacant. Mr. President and honorable council members, this evening we have with us to render the prayer, Mr. Joel Ramirez, Board of Education Commissioner, and also to lead us in the flag salute is the Honorable Flavio Rivera, Council President. Mr. Ramirez, you may begin.
Let me move out of the way so our great commissioner could lead us in a prayer right now, so.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Councilman. Good evening, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let us close our eyes and bow our heads as we pray. Father Almighty, Savior and Creator of all nations, we seek your precious guidance this evening. We seek your all-knowing wisdom this evening. We seek your all-encompassing peace this evening, so that these men and women convened and chosen by your people to rule over our city, may they rule with your commandments at heart, loving and caring for thy neighbors as thyself. We pray for the unity in these leaders, and if there were any discord amongst them, we pray that your guiding spirit fill them with grace, so that they may seek common ground for the good of your people. We ask and we pray for the administration, for the mayor, and for all those that keep our city moving day in and day out. We ask that you guide them and protect them with your overpowering and almighty spirit today and ever. We ask and pray. Amen.
Amen.
And also the flag salute. Do the flag salute. Flag of our country salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now have a moment of silence for our troops and those who have lost loved ones. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement of compliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, meeting date October 27, 2020, time 7 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 on or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, the Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, the Shea County Pulse, Dominicana News, Cascada International, L'Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notice. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall first floor in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the municipal council was mailed to any person who requested and pay the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. And for the public portion, which begins at 8 p.m., anyone who wishes to participate in the public portion, the number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Repeat the number 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
Could we entertain a motion for payment of bills?
Thank you, Council President, Madam Clerk. Payment of bills. We have 2 regular payment of bills and then COVID. Our regular payment of bills is $18,252,957.81. There is a payment to the county of $11,773,942.37, and no waste payments on here. I'll make the motion.
There a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Chaudhry. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for payments of bills in the amount of $18,252,957.81. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Chaudhry.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan. Come back to her. Councilwoman Davila.
Right before I vote,
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, I'm gonna, rescue myself from this vote, okay? Thank you.
You're recusing yourself?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Councilwoman Davila, I'm sorry. You may go ahead.
and so, just for my colleagues, I still haven't gotten clarification, and I still have questions, concerning, payroll, certain individuals and overtime, so at this time I cannot support these bills, this summary of disbursements, my vote is no.
Councilwoman,
Yeah.
I understand that normally we don't, but I just want to clarify, there is no payroll in this, bills list.
Okay, well, what I have in front of me, unless there were some changes,
How much is the amount, again, Madam Clerk?
The total amount for the payment of bills?
Yes.
$18,252,957.81.
Yeah, that one, I don't see any payroll there, but again, we could continue, I just wanted to point that out.
okay, but I'm still voting no.
No, that's fine, I just wanted to verify that.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson? I didn't remember. Yes, okay. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
I wanna ask you a question, is Councilman Jackson's phone number ends in 83?
I'll have to ask Ryan.
I see a call, a few people waiting in the waiting room, and I'm wondering if that's his number. Is it a 908, phone number, area code?
I don't think he has.
Okay, so we can continue. I'm sorry.
Ryan is checking on it, but I don't think he has a 908 area code. I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilman Mims said yes. Okay, Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are we on payment of bills?
Yes, sir.
I will abstain. I had a payment of bill. I just got into the meeting.
Okay. Mr. President?
Yeah, I'm gonna recuse myself, as you have a payment to the county. Normally, I got a legal opinion from one of a state representative that was here once. Given that, the taxes that we pay the county it's gotta be paid anyway by law. They don't see any conflict with me voting on it, but I'll recuse myself.
Thank you, sir. The vote is 3 in favor, 1 against, 1 abstain, one absent. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Cotton and Council President Rivera recused themselves from the payment of this. Therefore, payment of bills amount of $18,252,957.81 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Council President,
The second payment,
Councilman Jackson's last four digits are 4658.
Yeah, he's not there. All right, let's continue. This
the
next,
second, COVID payment of bills in the amount, I would like to make a motion to move it at $41,780. There are, invoices and receipts attached.
do we have a motion, or do we have a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Chaudhry. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Listen, roll call for payment of bills for COVID-19 is $41,780. Councilman Abdul-Aziz.
Council President?
So you want to do a discussion? Okay, Councilman Velez.
Yes. Please, I just have one question to the Madam DA. Madam DA, if it's possible, can you, tell me at least, what is the balance we have to, of spending, we left, how much we have that we could spend on COVID-19 funds?
Yes, Council President, yes, Councilman, as we've mentioned, we have allocated, we have sort of encumbered all of our COVID dollars, and we have asked for a second allocation. Actually, the county has requested this from all the municipalities connected to the county. So we have submitted that to them, and that decision will be forthcoming soon.
So
Can you give us, sorry.
the straight answer, Councilman Velez, is we don't have any we don't have money left to spend, basically.
Correct, and she said we requested, Madam DA, how much you requested for this second round?
I can get the exact number for you as of right now. Let me look that
Yes,
up.
please.
But let's just want to point out that we haven't officially spent the money. We actually have it allocated in purchase orders. That means that
Correct.
we already have placed the orders, maybe, of anything that we need to order. We just haven't gotten the equipment or material, whatever we're buying. Go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Yes, the total of what we've requested as of right now is a little over $6 million, $6,160,000.
I think his question is what additional money we're requesting.
That is,
Correct, that's one, yeah.
On top of that 8 million, we're asking for another 6?
yes,
Can we have a breakdown of that, of what we requested?
sure. So this,
Now, before you say that, answer that, this follow on
Actually, let me-
Mr. President. Now, what was the main, how you pitch for those $6 million? What excuse you have to have for those $6 million? What you pitch? Where are you gonna use it? Tell me.
the majority of the submission, and actually, let me just make sure I have the correct amount, because that, I think, was a draft amount. Let me get the final here. Okay, the final is actually about 4.3 million. And that includes what we had on the agenda for here, 496,000 for 3 remounted ambulances. So that's for the city of Paterson. The additional funds for after that are for the Paterson Public Schools to assist them with their reopening plan, as well as some of the distance learning. About 2 million for Promethean boards, about 200,000 for additional Chromebooks, just under $1 million for thermal cameras for their entrances for school buildings and headquarters, and about $500,000 for PPE.
Councilman, can I interject real quick? I just want to answer a bit question.
Correct.
Do we have those thermal cameras in all of our entrances in our buildings?
We have it at the entrances where we have the majority of the people, correct?
Do
So we have,
we have it in the courthouse?
yes.
Okay.
We have the police headquarters, the courthouse, the health department, 125 Ellison, and City Hall.
Okay.
Now, Council President, she mentioned, and you know, since we've been paying bill for COVID, we've been talking about laptops and computer. Now she's talking about Chromebook. For what?
That's part of the school district request.
Oh, okay, hold on. So the school district is dependent in our COVID-19 funding?
These would be for additional Chromebooks. They have already done a lot of their own purchasing and they had a separate line called, of a grant called ESSER, which was school specific. So this would.
So they're not requesting grants by themselves as a autonomous, board that they are district, they don't go directly to the state?
Councilman, they are. This is one way that we're looking to supplement.
I have a question.
I need to know, Council President, because this raised questions. I know parents out there are still struggling, that they don't have, some of them have computers, some of them is not working because of the internet, some of them, and then now we're going to get money to, I don't care because it's for students, but we need to canalize that. The Board of Ed is getting funding directly and applying for those funding. Also, they are, we apply for them, we assisted them.
Yeah, duly noted, but Councilman Tennessee, hold on a minute. Just have a quick question. So, Madam BA, have we made sure that we have done an assessment here as a city and made sure that all of our employees, in case we have to shut down a second time, that everyone here is equipped to be able to perform their function from home?
Yes, Council President, we have been working on that all throughout. It was a directive I gave to all of the directors, the department directors, and we have added a lot of capacity for that. Not everyone has a laptop. Some people, because their job can only really be performed here, but we did work diligently to do that, and I would thank our director, Ryan Foote.
So the question is, I ask you a question.
At this point, we don't know of anybody else that still requires it. There might be people that come forward, but as of right now, we feel like we have addressed all the department concerns.
But it's not people coming forward. It's you as the administration going to every department head. Same thing I always said. That way we don't have second thoughts about it. You're going to your department heads. The ones that are able to perform their function from home, let's make sure they do have a computer.
Correct. And I have reiterated even just this week to all of our department heads at our cabinet meeting that if we need to go back to a work from home situation, that they are to give me by the end of this week an adjusted plan if what we did the first time was not optimal. So we are thinking about all of these things.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yeah, Councilor, just real quick, Madam BA, I just want to put on the record, right? Us purchasing these devices for the students, I'm gonna commend the administration as an educator, the one-to-one that the students need. I don't care where the money comes from, it needed to get done. So thank you from the city side, right? Using COVID dollars, whatever. What happened in March with the packets was an embarrassment. I felt it made our kids take a step back compared to their counterparts. And now the school district being one-to-one, us questioning why we spend money, the tablets. Supplemental services are key in education. So I do want to highlight and thank the administration for making that investment to our school district, because I see it every single day. We were ahead of the curve in my school, and I'm happy that the Paterson students and Paterson Board of Ed collaboratively worked with us to make sure that all our students are one-to-one with the Chromebook. Because if anything that showed, this pandemic showed the technology disparity amongst the urban students and the suburban students. So I just hope we don't have a big discussion about that. I commend the administration collaboratively working with the Board of Ed to get that done. I don't care how we got it done, where the money came, our children needed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam BA.
Just to clarify that, there hasn't been a final decision on if we're going to get it, but we are actively working for it. So thank you, Councilman. We agree.
That's a great point to make, because the stipulation, the county, and any grant, you have to spend the money first before you ask for more. And they haven't, I don't think they have approved it, just stated right now that they have not approved it yet. But again, your submission is duly noted, that the administration is trying to work with the school district to get it resolved. Madam Clerk, we can continue.
Yes, sir. Roll call for payment of bills for COVID-19. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Jahardi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Jackson? Councilman Mims?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Glass?
I am proud that we are collaborating hand by hand with this district of the city of Paterson, education of our kids in the city of Paterson. The reason I ask all this question is because when you listen to social media and people are there, where is Paterson, where's the mayor, where's the council, when it comes up to help the kids of Paterson, the students, this is proof that we're working hand by hand. That's why I asked those questions. Thank you, Adel Aziz, for looking forward, like I'm looking forward, for the benefit of our children in the city of Paterson, especially mine that goes to the district. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilwoman Davila, I think you came back. We're on the COVID-19 payment of bills.
I know, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the payment of bills for COVID-19 amount of $41,780 is hereby adopted.
Before we continue, Madam Clerk,
Yes,
I want to use as a segue to ask a question of the Corporation Council. I believe I asked before, but I just want to keep asking until we get an update. What's the update on the situation that happened previously where several payments were made and the council did not approve those payments? Specifically, that entity that provided the service for COVID testing and we didn't approve the payment for them. And also the payment that was made to one of our personnel where the council did not approve of the payment. Yeah.
Regarding the entity that did some testing for the city and the payment was not approved, it's my understanding that party is going to go through the CARES Act and bill Medicaid, which is allowable direct billing from a doctor's office. And I have not seen anything further on that matter, nor has it been escalated to my office any further than that. Regarding the party who was paid with, I think it was a payout, terminal payout, when they left the city. The ordinances, as I understand them, allow for all payments to be made and then approved after. And that was, in this case, the payment was made illegally because the payment is allowed and is approved after. I would need to speak with Marge, our CFO, to determine if this.
I'm sorry, I don't want to revive. That is true. What you said is totally true, but not when it came to, and again, it's a matter of opinion, not when it came to this payment because this payment was being evaluated for over a year. And this was, from my understanding, was a longevity payment that was questionable by the council for a while. I'm sure that, the administration could have waited to provide, to make this payment after our approval. Because it was being denied for over a year. But that's why I keep asking. I want to know what are we doing with this because that was never approved. Yes, regular salary and things like that, I usually pay and then we approve it after the fact because by law we have to pay salaries. But this was a questionable payment that we refused to do for a long time until an opinion was given by one of the attorneys. A payment was issued without any conversation with the council at all. So that's why I continue to ask. I just want an update. And that's it. So, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Could we go and entertain the consent agenda?
Okay, sure.
We have a motion for the consent agenda?
Hold, Mr. President, 1 second. 19. I have to read it first. Next item on the agenda is a consent agenda item. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 7 through 18. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So move.
Second.
By Councilman Velez.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Khan. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to consent agenda items 7 through 18. Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Dowd.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the third one is vacant. Therefore, items 7 through 18 of the consent agenda hereby adopted.
We, do item number 19, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 19. Mr. President, this, okay, I'm sorry, give me a second, sir.
Sure.
I have to, IT's giving me.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, with this item, it's my understanding that, there were various, entities that did not receive their ballots. Is there a way that we can ask for, information, proof of the individuals that they sent the ballots to? If they say they have 80%, would they be able to show us that before we take action?
Well, we could request whatever we want to request. What I'm saying is, have we requested for this before? Because today's the meeting already.
Council President,
Councilman Velez.
it's my understanding that we requested the tally, the numbers of the votes in, and who was in favor and who was not in favor. And that's what they supply. I don't know if we okay with that. If they have, but,
Council members, I don't mean to interrupt you, Councilman Velez, but I just got a request from an IT person, if we could leave this item for later, because it requires a public portion, and he needs to set it up. So let's just, let's do this item later when we do the public, public portion. So let's go to number,
Yes, sir.
we're number 20 instead.
Sure, Mr. President. Next item is item number 20, and this is on the non-consent agenda. Item number 20 reads, resolution reappointing Dennis Mercado as the Constable of the City of Paterson, sponsored by Mayor Sayer, Administration Resolution 2600.
so move.
Second.
Discussion.
Moved by Councilman Velez, second by Councilwoman Mims, discussion. Go ahead, Councilwoman Davila.
Once again, I'm gonna sound a broken record, but Council President to Corporation Council, just want to know what our status is, as I know that we've been looking into making some changes, amendments. I'd like to know where we are with that. Because I thought we were going to kind of like wait to make the amendments to continue appointing constables, but we haven't stopped. Like, it's been non-stop, so. Corporation Council?
Well, Councilwoman Davila, it was my understanding that we could do no new appointments. Maybe I misunderstood. These are on the agenda, are all reappointments, so nothing is new. These are parties who have already been constables. Again, the state is still not giving us a report, so we still have no movement.
Okay. Thank you very much, Corporation Council. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for item number 20 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Just continue, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Councilman Jahardi.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Councilwoman Davila.
I'm gonna abstain.
Staying. Okay. Councilman Jackson. Thank you, I haven't seen him. Councilman Meeks.
I want to commend Dennis for wanting to be reappointed to be a constable. I've seen him in the community working hard. It's a volunteer position which requires any individual to pay money out of their pocket. So I commend anyone that wants to volunteer to help move our great city of Paterson forward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Blanche.
I just want to remind every constable that is appointed by any council members, all in the name of the mayor, please submit your monthly report and make sure if you want to get retrained or trained in a proper way, get in contact with me. You're going to be doing good. So my vote is yes.
Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, that's Councilman Abdelaziz is back. Thank you. Mr. President?
My vote is yes. Let's do the next one, Madam Clerk. Let's do number 21.
Yes. Will you announce the vote first, Mr. President?
Yes, the thing is, I was gonna say something else before I pass a statement. I was gonna suggest that if you're in the middle of, if we're in the middle of voting and you miss your turn to vote, let's just, make sure that we acknowledge you at least, to ask you to vote. Just to keep it in order.
But Council President, if you vote before us, then it's invalidated, so.
Correct, that's what I said to acknowledge you. Like, if I would've saw you in the camera, for example, I would've said, Councilman, Abdelaziz is back.
Yeah, my camera is very shaky right now, the internet, that's why I had to keep going, so my camera will be off.
Alright.
Council President?
Councilman Abdelaziz, if after I announce the vote, then you're not able to vote. But if I didn't announce and the council president voted and I see you or he acknowledged you, then you should be good. Anyone should be okay. As long as I didn't announce the vote yet. After the announcement, then it's hard for you to vote it. All right, let me announce this vote, please. Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 1 abstain, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 20 is hereby adopted. Thank you.
Council President, before we go to the next item, and my apologies, can I speak?
Yes.
I just wanted to bring something up just because we're voting on constables. It is my understanding that only someone that goes through the council is able to walk around in a uniform saying they're a constable. I once again have seen on social media pictures of individuals who have not been appointed, and it's my understanding that will not be able to be appointed, but yet are in uniform in the parks and acting as a constable. So Corporation Counsel, I want us to look into this. Madam Clerk, I'll be giving you the names, and that way I'd like something done. I've mentioned it various times, and I've yet again, just this weekend, I saw the person again in uniform.
Council President, please.
Councilman.
Council President, just to bring a clarification of whoever saw in social media pictures, a group of constable in uniform, that was me this past Sunday. The reason we did that picture is because they're going to go graduate next month. Hold on, because...
This was not about you, Councilman.
Hold on, Council President, let me clarify this, please, if you allow me.
Sure.
And that picture was for portrait for a graduation that they have next month, okay? And hopefully this person that probably is in question about using a uniform, okay, that was in that picture, will be appointed and will be graduating in those classes. So everything is fine, madam. We're working with legal and everything is being clarified soon. And soon you will see a decision from legal in this matter. So, Councilwoman, please have patience. This matter is getting resolved, and trust me, they're not walking around. It's just a picture that they did portray at the park because I asked them to come in uniform for graduation picture. Thank you.
So, Council President, this decade was this wasn't about you, Councilman, at all. Okay, this is about, again, I'm going to say about process. Nobody should be in a uniform. No police officer can stand for a picture of a graduation if they have not gone through the process. So Corporation Counsel, I'd like us to have a conversation, and I'm not going to elongate, because if I bring it up here, it's going to become a long conversation. So, Madam Clerk, I'd like to speak to you tomorrow in Corporation Counsel. At some time, I'll get off the meeting, and I'd like to bring something to your attention, and then we'll take it there. But this was not about the councilman, this was not about him, this is not. I said, I saw the person in uniform. You should not have the uniform or perform any action as a constable till you are appointed by this governing body. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Can we do number 21, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President. Next item is item number 21. Resolution honoring Ansar Ahmed, sponsored by Councilman Gilman Chaherty and co-sponsored by Councilwoman Marisa Davila. City Council Resolution 2601.
Second.
Second.
Moved by, Councilman Chaudhry,
Second.
second by Councilwoman Davila, Cotton, MLS.
Thank you, Council President.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman.
Roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Roll call for item number 21 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
So the Paterson community lost a great human being, a pillar in our second ward Bengali community, but not only in the Bengali community, but overall in the Muslim community in the city of Paterson. I know many people and families in the sixth ward that Mr. Ahmed has touched and assisted, and it's truly a huge loss. My condolences go out to him, to his family, but they know that he led by example and made thousands and thousands of people proud with his service to our city. It's a sad day, but we're here to honor him and keep him and his family in our prayers, inshallah. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Chaherty.
Yes, today is an opportunity for us to honor a man that has given so much to the Bangladeshi community and greater city of Paterson. I still remember when I came to my cousin's house and he was recounting all the individuals that spoke to him, all the council members, appointed members, and I still remember him explaining how he was brought to tears talking to Councilwoman Davila, and he was moved greatly by what she said, and even now his family, the pain of losing him, someone who was truly a pillar in our community, an elder that universally was respected, a friend of my father's, an individual that I, always joked around that would live far beyond I would, and to see his loss, there isn't enough words in the vocabulary to express that. If you had an opportunity to go to the funeral, even saw it through Facebook, the amount of individuals that came from Connecticut, New York, Virginia, even people that took plane rides to get there, and individuals that were stuck on the highway trying to get there. That's how much love and devotion he was able to create throughout the entire city and the entire country. There are individuals in the city that directly owe him a certain amount of debt. His families, his friends. A small story from mine is that my wife, when she came over from Bangladesh as a child with her family, Ansar Ahmed was an individual that volunteered, said, "I'll go pick them up at the airport." So I didn't realize that was the case until a couple of years ago. And my wife recounted it back to me and said, no, he was the one that volunteered to go pick us up at the airport. We had no idea what to do or whatnot, and he helped us establish ourselves. That's the type of individual he was, caring, passionate, and he always looked the good of everyone. And I appreciate my colleagues, I appreciate Councilwoman Davila, I appreciate everyone that was able to give him a momentary amount of peace, was able to talk to him in his most difficult moments, because he remembers all that, and he truly has nothing but love for everyone here at the council, for the city. The opportunity given to him to become a commissioner for Paterson was something that he loved. His children will never forget their father, and the promise we made to them that hundreds of years will go by, but generations from his family will be able to look back and say, oh, my ancestor, Ansar Ahmed, was remembered for the city for his contributions. So I only thought it would be a small token of respect to do this, and I know my council colleagues all agree as well that we need more individuals like Ansar Ahmed, and if I can be a fraction of that man, then I'll be happily for the rest of my life. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just like to say, I did not know Asar Ahmad, but I can say that, and I'm going to say to my council colleagues that when you bring forth someone's name, I know that they are very important. And as I read the resolution, I can see that he probably helped so many people when they came to this country from Bangladesh to get established and to be able to be able to be part of Paterson, New Jersey. Sometimes it's not easy for people coming from other countries to settle down, but I can see reading this resolution that he was a great force in the second ward. And with that being said, I want to say to the family, it is an honor for me to be sitting here today to vote on this resolution in honor of him and to his family and to Councilman Shahab and Councilwoman Davila. You know, you bring forth names, and I say to all my council colleagues, they're worthy of us voting on. So I want to say with that to the family, congratulations. He will be missed, and I know the families that he has helped along the way, that he has shown to be able to adjust to living in the city of Paterson, he will never be forgotten. So, with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Before I vote, Council President, Councilman Jackson can't get into the meeting. I don't know if he's on queue. He's just,
He's not on queue. Ryan, could you look?
okay. So council members, Councilman Chaudhry, you know, you took some words of what I was gonna say. And I was gonna say that in his funeral, the wake, right, it was a testament, just a little bit. You saw the hundreds of people that came from all over. That's who he was. And it wasn't just Bengalis, okay? I remember him embracing me and supporting me when I first ran. And that said a lot about who he was because, again, obviously, he's gonna support someone from his culture who he thinks is right, for the position, but he embraced me. And that's why I said when I spoke in previous meetings, I indicated that, you know, I am here because of his support, the family support, and the Bengali support. And I appreciate that. And, you know, this is a small token to the family, to the daughter. So thank you so much for giving me that opportunity to have the conversation on FaceTime with him. I meant every word I said, and it will be cherished. And I just want all my colleagues to know that, you know, today is a special day, not just for Bengalis, but for everyone in the city of Paterson. This is for you and son. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, I know you're just joining us. We're voting on item number 21, resolution honoring Ansar Ahmed.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Mintz?
To Councilman Gilman, your family. Also, I have to give a shout out to Taj Uden, who introduced me to this wonderful man some years ago who always encouraged, enlightened, and embraced me as one of the family. I will never forget the words that were spoken so many times, over and over, but every time he spoke, it was unifying, it was encouraging, and it was empowering. And so I want to thank Maria Pilar Rivas, one of my aides, for being present, because I had a double schedule conflict, but she was there. I want to thank her for being there, to be a part of an awesome experience, to see this wonderful, wonderful elder and great man for the last time. Even though he's physically no longer with us, his life and his legacy will always be remembered all over the great city of Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Glash?
You know, I share something with all my colleagues. You know, when you go, and I was there, when you go to this type of wakes and you see the amount of hundreds of people and this wake, that's a big testimony that the legacy that he left, a lot of people will follow. Hopefully that those that had the opportunity to interact with him and get the wisdom, message, and the words in their life could live along with it. So saying that, my heart goes to the family. Hopefully in the future, if there's a space to name a street under his name, hopefully the councilman, whoever is get elected, recognize that the legacy must go on and live on. So my voice is.
Thank you. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor. Let the record reflect. The third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 21 is hereby adopted.
Number 22, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 22. Resolution reappointing Daniel A. DeLeon as a constable of the city of Paterson, sponsored by Council President Rivera. City Council Resolution 2602.
So move.
Second. Moved by Councilman Velez, second by myself,
And Mims?
and Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call for item number 22. Councilman Abdulaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Chahadi,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Dazzle,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
My vote is yes, totally yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 8 in favor. Let the record reflect. The third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 22 is hereby adopted.
So number 25, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. The next item is item number 25. Item number 25 on the non-consent agenda reads resolution authorizing purging of taxes on block 3709, lot 3-C00001X, also known as 125-133 Broadway, owned by the Paterson Parking Authority. Economic Development Resolution 2605.
So move.
Moved by Councilman Velez and second by Councilwoman Mims.
Council President, I'll be recusing myself from this item.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so Councilman Dazzle. Okay. Roll call on item number 25 for approval. Councilman Abdulaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Chahadi,
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Dazzle recused herself from item number 25. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims,
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Dazzle recused herself from item number 25. And for the record, the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 25 is hereby adopted.
So number 26, Madam Clerk.
Yes. 26. Next
Council President,
item.
Council President, Madam Clerk, before you read the item, Council President, we didn't get the information requested for item 26.
Which one is that one?
This is a resolution addressing renewal of coin-operated amusement device licenses for the following licensees. There's a list. It's Mancora Lounge, JJMM, NDD Nunez LLC, which is La Jolla Liquors, and Mo's Low Cost Liquors.
Council President, those are two pool tables, right?
Pool table, yes, all those are pool tables.
Okay, Council President, I could request, there's no need right now, there's no gathering inside this business and bar. They could hold on that until we get the information.
So are you council members requesting for this to be removed?
Correct. Table it till we get the information.
Yes, Council President.
Madam Clerk, want to table number 26?
We can just take it off, Mr. President. We don't have to table unless you have a specific date that you have in mind you want to put it back for.
No, we're gonna remove it for now.
Just take it off.
Council President.
Thank you, Council President.
Just for the record, item number 26 is taken off. Yes, right.
All councilmen.
What was that, Councilwoman?
Madam Clerk, let's do one more before we open the public portion.
Number what, sir?
Let's do number 27.
27, yes. Next item is item number 27. Item number 27 reads resolution acknowledging the municipal council receipt of a completed 2020 best practices checklist and confirming that it was presented for public discussion. Finance Resolution 2607.
So moved.
Yes.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilman Chaudhry. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Can she read the title again? She read it so fast that I missed something.
Councilman,
Resolution,
go ahead.
yes, I'll read it. Resolution acknowledging the municipal council receipt of a completed 2020 best practices list checklist and confirming that it was presented for public discussion. Finance Resolution 2607.
Correct, thank you.
So you have a first and a second now, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I do. Councilman Baines and Councilman Trent. Roll call on item number 27 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Trahari.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davenport.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Looking at the best practice 2 years before this one, I think they have improved a lot, so keep it moving the city forward. I would assess.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor. The record reflect. Third vote is vacant. Therefore, item number 27 hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, I think this is time to open the public portion.
Yes, sir. This item on the agenda is our public portion, and our public portion is now open. I'll just read the numbers. The one wishes to participate in the public portion, the number to dial is 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. Okay. Ryan, anyone is available? If the speaker? Okay, can you just put through the first person, please? Yeah, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Yeah. Public portion is now open. The first speaker, please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
Hello, this is Ernest Rucker, Paterson.
Good evening.
I'm calling in support of the August Elsa Street project. This is the first project that I've seen in the 40-some years that I've been dealing with council that is coming in asking for an abatement and involving the entire community. They have gone and spoken to tennis associations in the area, Save the Village, the Grandparents Resource Center. This is a project that I think we can model for future non-profit or profit organizations that are coming in to run low-income properties. The most important thing is they've been upfront with the community. This is the first time the community has been totally involved in any of these projects that have come forth in front of the city council. I believe these two individuals who are from Paterson, who come back to Paterson to do a great job for Paterson, should be taken in consideration for this project that is being placed on the agenda for tonight. I'm asking all council people to look at this project for what it really is. They're not just asking for an abatement. They've asked the community to be involved in this project, from the brick and mortar to permanent jobs. It is important that we deal with these types of developers, especially when they come into the city asking for abatements. There have been quite a few abatements that have gone through the city council in the last 4 years that has not promised or invested itself with the community, had conversations with the community to make sure that the community was satisfied with the project that's being proposed. I'm asking you again to look at this project on its merits. I'm the president of the Save the Village organization, as well as the president of the Grandparents Resource Center. They have spent plenty of time with all of us. They've discussed this project. We have a personal commitment that we will get jobs from this project. The project will look like Paterson, black and brown people. I support it, and I'm asking you to also support it. Thank you.
the next speaker, please, Frank. Next speaker, please state your name and address for the record, and then you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Habib. I am a resident of Paterson. So I'm also pursuing a master's in public health and health policy and management at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. I would like to make some comments on the ordinance establishing Employee Appreciation Day and a monthly recognition program for all city employees. Although it is a feel-good legislation, it is what Paterson can use to boost morale by recognizing city employees who have been working tirelessly throughout the pandemic and this election season. As a public health student, I can tell you that anything contributing to a person's general sense of well-being goes a long way in improving overall health. I also want to add that this legislation is not new. It has been adopted by cities as large as Seattle, a city of about 750,000 people, which is 5 times the size of Paterson. It has also been adopted by smaller cities such as Anacortes, Washington, which has a population of around 17,000. With that being said, I would like to commend Councilwoman Dr. Mims for bringing forward such a legislation. I hope this council adopts it so we can spread some positivity in Paterson, which is something that we all need at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have the next speaker, please. Please state the name and address.
Yes, this is Ruben Gomez, Property Management in the Downtown Improvement District. This is in regards to Resolution 19, ratifying the adoption of the 2020 budget in the Downtown Special Improvement District. Good evening, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all tonight regarding the budget at the Special Improvement District. As a member of the district, I can share with you our disappointment with the lack of communication we have received from the SID over the past year. The SID has a mandate to promote downtown, create a clean and safe environment for businesses to flourish and customers to shop local. I would be misleading the council if I didn't mention that currently the downtown is being kept clean. Garbage is being picked up on a daily basis and graffiti is mostly gone. But all this work is being done by an outside firm that takes care of the work. It's important to note that previously, under the previous director, this work was being done and managed by the director with labor and materials sourced from the city of Paterson. In other words, managing a contract is much easier than managing people and resources. The safety is another story. I'm sure you have all spent time in downtown after the sun sets. The lights on the streets, some don't work. The panhandlers and the homeless roam the streets, and teenagers on their bikes use the streets and sidewalks as a playground, disturbing the traffic and creating chaos. Downtown is not vibrant after the sun sets. The stores that need to close early because there is no sense of security. It is the job of the director to coordinate with the city, business owners, local organizations to come up with ways to bring back vibrant downtown, and this is not happening. The Shop Local initiatives can be done via social media, Facebook, Instagram, email, or by creatively working with the retailers in the city to roll out a campaign, eat local, shop local, play local. We have a rich downtown full with a variety of food establishments, retailers, and most recently, residents. We do have new residents coming into downtown. Shop local campaign is not happening. The SID is mandated by the bylaws to have an annual meeting in September of every year. Article 1, Section 3, and I quote, an annual meeting of the members of the corporation shall be held every September with exact date and time fixed each year by the Board of Trustees, who shall cause written notice of the annual meeting to be mailed at least 2 weeks in advance of the date fixed to the annual meeting. If this meeting takes place, some council members asked for the minutes of this meeting, and members that attended the meeting. Have any of you received this information? We haven't. We do, however, receive our tax bills, sewer bills, water bills, and correspondence from the city clerk. Finally, we received a letter from the Special Improvement District. Additionally, Article 2, Section 1, I quote, "The business and affairs of the corporation shall be managed by a board of 13 trustees, then elected from the members of the other members, and here and thereafter provided, who shall be voting trustees. One trustee should be the president of the Great Paterson Chamber of Commerce, who shall be voting trustee, and two appointed by the city of Paterson, and hereafter provided, who shall
Let the record reflect that the caller passed the 3 minutes and the system will drop him off at him out of the meeting.
Okay. Brian, may I have the next speaker, please? Is there anyone else? I think somebody left a recording message. I think that's the next person. You may continue. Okay, there's no one else? Anyone else?
Hello?
Okay, sir.
Hello?
Go ahead, sir. You may state your name and address. Continue.
Yes, name is Sam, and we 252 North 4th Street. And I'm an air conditioner repair person by trade. I called earlier. I want to advocate to the city council members to pass legislation that assist the tenants in Paterson. Particularly Hawthorne. I see the exact same buildings that are in Paterson. Hawthorne City Council individuals passed additional legislation and ordinance to protect tenants from predatory landlords, which Paterson, for some reason, city council members don't pass or don't advocate. An example of this would be the maintenance of air conditioners and numerous different apartments that exist in the city of Paterson. For some reason, I've never seen or heard or read in the newspapers the city council members advocating for tenant rights, whether it be decreasing rent increases or having buffer zones that other municipalities have. And an example would be don't raise the rent for 2 years, you can raise it again. But I do see enthusiasm for developers who don't live in Paterson or predatory by nature or outsiders. For some reason, I've seen council members a lot of their ways to pass resolutions, to give extra time, to advocate for these individuals who prey on our most vulnerable citizens, our poor and working poor elderly. And also, I'm closing out to say, advocate for ordinance that benefits poor working poor people, Paterson, the tenants. And I'm not speaking about a house with 2 apartments in it. I'm talking about any house that's 4 apartments or larger. If you don't know how to do it, like I said before, go to Hawthorne, go to Elton, New Jersey, you cut and paste their policies, and put in place in Paterson to protect renters from these predatory landlords. And that's all I have to say. And everyone, please have a good night.
Thank you, sir. May I have the next speaker, please? Speaker, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Lorenzo Carpenter, 257 Rosa Parks Boulevard, Paterson, New Jersey. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm the Executive Director of the Grandparent Relative Care Resource Center. I have been with the center for over 10 years. Myself and Ms. Wahida Muhammad have been on the front line to serve the city of Paterson. We give food weekly, clothing, furniture, constantly. We have an opportunity now to be in a better location, and I'm speaking of the Argus Ellis project. It is imperative that this project continue. This project will provide stability and housing, economic mobility, employment, state-of-the-art facility for the grandparents to operate on, so we can continue serving the grandparents raising grandchildren. I have been listening to the city council week after week, year after year, and all we ask for that this project that can help the Grandparent Center move forward so we can continue serving the city of Paterson. We can continue serving the people and the grandparents. This is a hard time for everyone, but the opportunity is all we need to move forward. I am asking to City Council, I'm asking you to dig deep. I am pleading to your intellect to please allow this project to go forth so the grandparents will not only have a new home, but have new people to serve. In the building, grandparents raising grandchildren, the city, people who are starving during this pandemic time, people who don't have enough to be able to put on their table to feed their children. Let us continue to do our job. Please pass this project. It is imperative that this happens. And I thank you. Good night. God bless.
Thank you, sir. Have the next speaker, please. Next speaker.
Good evening.
Okay, good evening. May please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Dr. Atala Brightwell, and my address is 5 Park Road. I'm calling with concerns regarding a proposal to change the traffic pattern on Park and Ridge Road that was executed without informing the residents. I was called home by my son last week because city workers were installing a do not enter sign on my front lawn near my irrigation system. And I was told by the contractor that he was directed by the city to do so. So I'm calling, I would like to have a better understanding of the process to execute such a plan, as it is not needed in our area, and I am just concerned with the cause to change the traffic pattern in an area where there are no laws enforced. It would be a safety hazard to have one-ways going through the Manor section, as currently there's parking on the sidewalk, there's parking in different directions. There have been police officers come through completely ignoring and disregarding the lack of respect for the law. So having this area one-way, and it was a one-way for a couple of days, and there were residents that were driving in the opposite direction. Again, police officers were aware of that and did nothing. And I'd like to thank Councilwoman Mims for speaking to the residents and providing her assistance along with Andre Said. So I'm just speaking for the residents. We'd like to know what the process is, how there could have been a traffic plan pattern change without notifying the residents, and how it was possibly executed. Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
When I'm hearing you.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, can I have the address of this?
1 second, Councilmember Les. Council President.
There's no change to the process. Let's continue out of courtesy to other speakers. If there's no other speakers, then
No.
yes, we'll entertain any responses to our speakers.
Okay.
Is there any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, Mr. President, there are roughly, I think, about 3 to 4. If I may, Councilman Velez, I will email that for you. Is that okay?
Thank you, please. And the street in question, please?
I was gonna address it where nothing needs to be emailed. I was gonna,
No, you still will, Councilwoman Mims, you still are. I just don't think it's fair, every
I'll
meeting.
wait, but I was trying to avoid Madam Clerk work, but I'll wait till it's over and then I'll just address it.
All right, yes. Okay, we have other speakers, I think about 3 or 4. May I have the next speaker, please? Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and address for the record.
Hi.
Good evening. Please state your
What's
name.
God's name? Good evening. Wahida Muhammad. Paterson. I'm calling you guys. I know that the Artist Project is on your hearts and minds tonight, and I don't know if you've already voted, but I'm calling you because I know that you, like all of us, are so excited to have coming into our community all of the responses and the operation of community services for grandparents and caregivers, raising grandchildren, and having a whole brand new place to work out of and to continue to work long into many, many years to come, having stability in housing and economic mobility, employment, community engagement, education, health, and all of these good things that will be taking place there. I know that you're all excited about that fact, and to know that we're all on one accord to making Paterson the one Paterson that we've all wanted and want to be proud of. So I'm thanking you in advance for your continued support, and I know that we will all be proud on that day that we open those doors. So I'm thanking you in advance, and God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Wahida. May I have the next speaker, please? Next speaker, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Victor. I'm in the 2nd Ward, Paterson, New Jersey, lifelong resident. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want to commend you guys for the work that you guys have been doing and trying to get done. But I just have a few complaints, mostly with recreation. I'm a volunteer coach, recreation. Lately we've been having problems with park lights not being on or not working for the past couple of years. The fields, bad shape, having to cancel games because the fields aren't getting done. This is not only for one sport, multiple sports. Sometimes you even see 2 different sports playing on one field at the same time, which shouldn't be done. Either or should have a permit. That's a big thing now. We also have people that don't want to come to our parks because of the name that we've been building lately with the crime that's going on. Just found a body with gunshot wounds at Pennington Park, one of the main parks that we use for baseball and football. People hear this, they're afraid to come here. Sadly, we even have residents that feel that they shouldn't have their kids play sports here. They don't feel safe anymore within our city. Also, I think it would be a good idea. Most of these parks have gates that they can close. Should have 11 p.m., 10 o'clock. Should have this park swept. Maybe make sure nobody's in the park, everybody out, close gates. Another thing is also with the crime. Everything's unsafe. It's just a pattern. The past week has been an ugly week for Paterson. So many shootings. Just yesterday, the day before, 14-year-old shows up with a gunshot wound in the hospital. Kept a 15-year-old with 2 guns. And it's like, if you don't have a park or somewhere to keep these kids busy, how do we keep them off the streets doing this illegal stuff? You know what I'm saying? So we can't get the fields, all these taxes and all that stuff, we're wasting all this money on paying and not getting nothing back. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that we have an administration where we fly around a helicopter for crime, but the crime gets worse and worse. I've never seen the police department with so many cops now than the previous administration, or maybe even the one before, which we had a major layoff, and the crime just gets worse. It's ridiculous. We're giving tickets out for loud music at bars, which I get, yes, it's breaking the law, but is it as important as keeping a 14-year-old alive or a 15-year-old alive? Those are the things that they don't add up. We waste all this tax money, we get nothing out of it. I see we complain a lot about the salaries too of the workers, DPW workers. I know they can't do it all. We can't do everything one day to another, but I see a lot of them that don't do nothing. So the ones that are doing nothing are getting overpaid, and the ones that are doing something are being underpaid. I wish we could take, some time to figure out who do we have to push around to make sure that these things get done in the right form. And with that being said, have a good night. Thank you guys for listening to me, and I hope we can see some results in the near future.
Thank you. Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Vanessa, 4th Ward. I'm calling. I'm gonna start off by picking back off the last caller. He's right about DPW. I confirmed to the DPW because they were following one of the recycling trucks to see if they were doing their job. A good supervisor does not sit in a pickup truck and bark out orders. You get out your truck and you show them how it's done. Secondly, can the 4th Ward, Butler Street, Riverside, Highland, Arrow, Lion Street, can we get some more police presence, more cars patrolling over here? The residents in this area are sick and tired of the crap, but then we'll be the ones who get in trouble when we decide to defend ourselves against these disrespectful thugs that have no respect for human life. Can something be done about that? We're talking about the quality of life all over Paterson. What about the 4th Ward? Councilwoman Cotton is doing as much as she can. Can she get some support? Can we get cameras over here? Something needs to be done. Something needs to be done because people are moving out of Paterson at an alarming rate. Rents are going up because there's not enough people to live here. We all talk about overpopulation, renting the basements and the attics, yada, yada, yada. But what are we doing to curb the crime? There's jobs. Amazon is hiring. UPS is hiring for the Christmas rush. What else do we need to do? Is it going to take for the citizens to start fighting back for something to be done? We need more police presence on this side because we're going to be the ones who get in trouble when we decide to fight back and let these scumbags know what the deal is. It's out of control. Something needs to be done, and it needs to be done yesterday. I'm tired of living in fear. It's out of control. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please? There's one more.
Good evening, 12 Hopper Street. My name is Shaniqua Lemon, and I am a school board candidate here in Paterson. I am a private educator, tutor, and business owner born and raised here in Paterson. With Paterson reclaiming local control after 29 years, the board members are more than ever essential to the process. Along with the superintendent, the school board must be transparent and held accountable for their actions to transform our school district. As a future school board member, an intention of mine will be to facilitate frequent town hall meetings with the communities we have around Paterson. I plan to engage you all in strategic planning for our district as a whole. Your voices and your teamwork are important to me as I plan to establish methods to give our children what they deserve. To truly turn our education system around here in Paterson, it is going to take effective and hands-on partnerships and leadership. I will diligently fulfill my duties by updating policies and recreating resolutions for our scholars to succeed. Allow me to be that school board member that elevates the standards that we have here in Paterson. May I have a chance to be one of your votes for Paterson's Board of Education. Please remember to vote 2J, Shaniqua Lemon. Please reach out to me if you have any questions or any concerns, 973-207-0895. Again, Shaniqua Lemon, 2J, and you guys stay blessed and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President and honorable council members, there's no one else for the public portion.
Madam Clerk, there are a couple speakers that are in queue, and they have not been brought on.
Let me check with Ryan. Let's give us a minute, please.
The ones that we have on the queue right now are supposed to be.
They've been from the beginning, Council President.
And those are here, not for the public portion. Those are here for the meeting. I see there Owen Tompkins.
No, not those individuals. There are people calling into public portion.
Yeah, but how do you know they're on queue? Can you see them?
They text me. They're texting me. They're telling me they're in queue.
They're on queue, but Ryan is saying no. He's gonna double check, but he's saying no.
Move to close.
I have them.
Councilman, can you wait?
I have them. Yes, I have them on, and they are in queue. They've been there from the beginning, but they can hear all this. They can hear everything, but I'm not sure what's going on. So Ryan can check it out.
But I'm thinking maybe they might press the wrong star. Okay,
let me just repeat this. They're listening. Okay, that's what Ryan just stated, that they're listening. So did they wish to speak, Councilwoman? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so let me just repeat this, Mr. President, if I may. Once they dial 973-321-1579, and they enter the code 8326. If they press star 1, they just will be listening to the meeting. Star 2, then they can leave a message, a recorded comment. To be added to the speaker list, they need to press star 3. So maybe they're pressing the wrong star. Should be star 3 to be added to the speaker list.
Well, I suggest, Madam Clerk,
Yes,
give you 2 minutes to hang up and call again and get on the right,
Yeah, so let's just give them some time, Mr. President. That's fine.
Okay, they're saying that they just pressed star 3, so are they in queue now, Ryan?
Ryan is working on it. Okay, he's gonna work. So, when you're ready, go ahead. Mr. President, I think they're there. One person is there. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name and address, and then you may speak. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nadine Davis. I'm a resident at the 13.5 Manhattan Street resident, and I'm calling in support of the grandparents and low-income housing for that's supposed to go in Lot 15 from the Paterson Housing Parking Authority. I'm just calling because I think it's a serious need. Of becoming an elderly person with custody of my own grandchildren, I think it will be a great benefit for me and other people in the city to have a outlet that will give them opportunity to afford housing, because the rent rates in this city are astronomical and rising by the day. And as I get older, I too will have that same need. So I'm very much in support of the new low-income grandparents housing. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Hi, my name is Commissioner Paula Alford. I am also the president of the Conga Mills Tennis Association here at 13.5 Manhattan Street, in support of the Argus Mill project taking place in parking lot 15. Project is totally needed. One of the things that we see here in Paterson, the average one bedroom right now is $1,500, and that trend is looking to keep rising. I am supporting this project because of that reason. Because if you're not going to become a homeowner in Paterson, we have to start making pathways for people that are not homeowners, that are tenant residents in our city, especially our seniors. If you look at the condition of the building that we live in recently, we just had videos go up of vagrants on the roof, of vagrants in our basement. So when I look at developers that are still looking to come and invest in our city, in this very community where we still have the heroin haven down the street with the gate that's torn down at the ACP site, I have to say I commend them, I support them. They've been in contact with our tenants association, which is more than I can say for the developers that are here today. So I'm here in support of this project. It's needed for the seniors. It's needed for us to try to maintain a quality of life in our community, to build better relationships with people that want to come in, want to work with the community, and want to help us to grow. So I am here in support of that project. I know that we're going to make that happen. And I am also here, I want to endorse Shaniqua Lemon.
2J for the school board. We need her as well. We need independent thinkers. The things that we went through when COVID happened was totally disgusting. And hoping that we get some new energy on that board so that we can move forward in a very, very positive manner with our parents. Thank you.
How many more speakers we have, Madam Clerk?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Yes.
Okay, this is Mr. Vice, Fourth Ward. I'm calling tonight to say a few things pertaining to the housing in Paterson. I went on Broadway, it's saying 146 Broadway, Paterson. They have one-bedroom units. And we've been trying to get in a few of them, me and a couple of my friends, seniors in this building. And the rents are $1,400, $1,100, and these are one-bedroom units. And we can't afford this. Like some of the other callers said, the rents are so high here. What do we do? The next thing I would like to speak on is the sewer system. Is there something going on in Paterson that we have a problem with the system that they're backing up in our houses? Can someone answer that for me? And I also would like to know if you could put special units around Governor and Strait, because all I do when I look out the window is see many police police cars, and it's very scary. So could we either get some more units riding around, or could we get a camera put up? Thank you very much. Everybody be safe.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. Mr. President, there are no more.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear. Good night. Have a good evening. Mr. President, there are no more speakers.
Then I move to close.
Mr. President,
Second.
as Councilwoman Mims. There are
Let's do a second.
Councilman Velez, thank you.
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the regular meeting of October 27, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jahardi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
Before I vote, I just wanna, just to give information to the resident that called from Park. We resolved the issue. They did some paving over there and the signs were put, by mistake. We got it resolved. They were removed and there's nothing in place to redirect. So I just want them to know, I spoke to, a resident there and I will take it, reached out to me as Councilwoman at Large, and that matter has been resolved. So thank you, Director Rodriguez, and to the traffic supervisor for going out immediately and resolving this concern. Thank you, Council President. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Velez?
Yes.
What do you think?
Did you say yes, Councilman?
Oh, yes, I want to clarify this.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public portion is now closed for the regular meeting of October 27, 2020.
Councilwoman Mims, you would like to start answering the questions of the.
She already did.
I answered it.
And no one else have anything to say,
The only thing that Council President is possible,
yes.
Ms. Tabia's asked 3 questions. One of them, the sewer system in the city of Paterson have been collapsing in different ways. The DPW is working on it. PCG is working some lines, some new connections, and the Water Commission also doing their job before repaving the road. But it was not understanding that it was backing up to houses, but I believe she lived in an apartment. But that's the situation with Stray Street and major roads that they're doing around the Fifth Ward regarding the PCNG project. Regarding the sewer, that emergency breakup could come in but they in top of it. They in top of it. Regarding the request that she's requesting more police presence in the area that she lives, that's one thing that another speaker spoke also, and that we are diligent working with the police department to make sure that the quality of life bring back to standard, letting know the administration that they had to put all resources on deck to be able to bring the peace that the taxpayer of the city of Paterson and regular residents and all normal residents of Paterson receive where they live in Paterson. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Director Rodriguez and then Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to give some answers on a couple of situations they said. First of all, the sewer backup, that was on the Straight Street, Freedom Village. We did send our supervisor out there. The city's line is clear. If there's any other addresses that the residents need looking into, please reach out. We'll go out, we'll check on lines. The recycling issue that the lady spoke to about on off of Highland Street, I did bring the supervisors on that. I spoke to the recycling supervisor about handling the guys on the field. That was taken care of. The last one, I believe the gentleman's name is Victor, about the lights. Total Oval has a power situation with the main line coming into the field. That system is an old system. The lights are on right now. I can see them right now from my house. They're on. So when they get to surge, it trips the timer. So we have to go. We're going every day just to make sure the timer's on for the lights for that field. As far as all the fields lights will still be on until October to this weekend, starting Monday. All permits are canceled for the year. All the 4 sports are done except for football. So that's the only field that the lights were disrupted this week.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Abdulaziz.
Thank you, Council President. I'm glad that DPW Director Billy Rodriguez addressed the sewer problem that was over there at Freedom Village. They did clear the line, so I want to thank him for that. Also, for Vanessa out of the Butler Street, Highland Street, Sassafras Street, I had a meeting with my public safety chief and director, and I had a conversation with them about that area, Vanessa. So they assured me that they were going to start going into that area for sure. I know that there has been a rash of robberies, and I let them know that what was going on over there. So I want to assure you that it was brought to their attention about what was happening there. Also, I just want to say to, I believe, it was, besides the Michelle Tobias, I also brought to the attention too of the policing that needs to be done down here on Straight Street, by Governor Street, by 12th Avenue, by Godwin Avenue, by Hamilton Avenue, going that way. So that was brought to the police director and police chief attention about that. With that being, I believe that that's the only one. I believe that's the only one that I need to address. There's some other things that will be coming up, but I'll wait until we get to those items on the agenda. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Abdulaziz.
Council President, disregard, I got the answer.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we entertain item number 19.
Number 19, yes, Mr. President. Okay. Mr. President, next item is item number 19. Let me just, before I read the item, there's a public hearing on this item. Anyone who wishes to dial in, call 973-321-1579 and enter code 8326 and press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. If you wish to have a comment on the public hearing for item number 19. Next item is item number 19. And item number 19, resolution ratifying and adopting the 2020 budget of the Downtown Special Improvement District. Public hearing is required. Finance Resolution 2599. Have a motion? Is that Councilman Lynch?
Yes.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Benes. Any more discussion?
Mr. President, you'd like to open the public hearing. If you'd like to open the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay,
No,
the public hearing is now open for item number 19 for the downtown SID. I'll just repeat the number again, 973-321-1579, enter code 8326, and press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. Mr. President, may I give them like 2 minutes? No one is there to speak yet. So I'll just give them 2 minutes and give them some time.
Thank you.
That's okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay. Mr. President and honorable council members, letters were mailed out to everyone in this district, that they were notified, and the notice was also published in the newspaper, just for the record, for item number 19. Mr. President, honorable council members, I think there's someone who spoke at the public portion, but they needed to really speak on the public hearing. I think they should be coming on anytime shortly.
Okay.
Speaker for the public hearing and item number 19, please state your name and your address for the record, and you may begin.
And property management for downtown improvement district properties. I'm sorry, I spoke at the first part of the hearing, and basically I don't want to repeat myself. I just want to finish up. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to finish up what I had started. And basically, I was quoting the bylaws for the special improvement district, in which it states that there should be 10 board members at all times, and 7 of them need to approve a budget, which in this case, I'm not sure how many board members the SID has, but I'm sure it's under 7. Article 2, Section 9, the proposed annual budget to the Downtown Special Improvement District shall be presented to the members at the annual meeting, which proposed budget shall be approved upon the affirmative vote from the 7 voting trustees. Once again, my request tonight is to postpone your vote until all questions are answered. The proper board of trustees is set in place, and the documents including the new budget, is approved by the members. The members deserve a chance to vote. 2020 has been a difficult year for all. Retailers have shut down or sales are down for the year. Landlords are not getting paid for rent or have to make concessions with retailers to keep them or support their financials. We are all experiencing do more with less resources. This is the time to prove our value and be relevant. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with all of you. Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Let's give us another second, Mr. President, see if there's anyone else.
We don't have anyone in queue right now, Madam President.
There's no one else? Okay, Mr. President, there's no one else. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close.
Moved by Councilmember Les, second by, Councilman.
Sure. Roll call to close the public hearing for item number 19. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Chahari?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Davu? Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mapes?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Definitely yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public hearing, item number 19, is now closed.
Council President.
Discussion.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Les.
I want a discussion, and you allow me go first, or you want Jackson to go first?
I don't have to go first.
No, it's
No, this is, I got a cool apps I found that.
Can you please step on mute, please?
We'll take a picture of that then.
Mike, let me see those mic is
That's Councilman Gilman's mic is open.
All right, so,
Council President.
yeah,
All right, so I think there's, Mr. Gilman, can you please mute yourself for a minute?
I already muted.
Okay, thank you. Council President, I don't know if the director of the SID is here with us today. If it's possible, I would like to ask him one simple question regarding the letter of information that we received.
I believe he's connected.
Okay. I think that the request from this council a month ago, when the first reading of the SID budget, we asked the questions and he submitted a letter that explained, and the request was the people that voted. What was the number of people that voted? And I believe he sent a letter real detail what that vote even means or represent in their decision, the SID, in this budget today. Listening to one of the only speaker 2 times today regarding postponing this vote when we have been dealing with this almost a month and a half, and Lake Johnny telling us to hold it because they need to get involved. And I believe that that's anybody right, but we've been dealing with this budget for a while already. I know the gentleman used to work with the city and he was proactive. I never saw him that proactive at this polling time, but I wish if the director of the SID is here with us, can explain what that communication means. If that's the one that clarify the speaker, or there's other things that I have to clarify here today before we put it up.
Council President, if you would like for me to answer the councilman, I would be more than happy to.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Council President and council members. Good evening.
I was happy to hear from Mr. Gomez, who actually sat on our board of directors last year. He knows the process very well. He actually approved our budget last year and attended our annual meeting. Our process is the same process that has been performed every year. We use the same exact address list that's on the tax rolls, which is the same address list that the Madam Clerk uses to send her correspondence. We send the same exact list. In my office currently, I've only had 2 envelopes returned as undeliverable, and they belong to 2 vacant properties. So none of my board members, nor have I received any correspondence from Mr. Gomez or the properties he represents. And he has always been in contact with us. As I said, he was a sitting board member last year representing those properties. Referring to the letter that I forwarded to the council, that is the tally vote of the received ballots of the SID. As you saw, it was about a 90% approval rating of the ballots casted. And it states there the number of votes are always based on the assessed value of the property. So if a person's property is assessed at $1 million, they're worth 1 million votes. That's what those numbers mean.
Correct. Director, beside those votes, do you feel that the majority of the participants made the right to come and vote on this time around for this budget?
Every property is awarded the same opportunity. Historically, since the conception of the SID, the approximate percentage of returned ballots have always been somewhere around 10 to 15% of the district. This year we received 18%. Last year was around 15. So we've seen an increase in response from property owners. We've gotten ballots returned of property owners that never casted a ballot before, who have now casted in the last 2 years that I've been the director. So we have. Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your statement. I have another question.
Yeah, no, so to answer your question, we have been doing better in the last 2 years than in previous years as far as response rate.
So Director, this vote came in before the pandemic? This process was before the pandemic or after? Or in the middle of the pandemic?
During. The board approved the budget earlier in the year. The ballots were sent out last month, I believe, and were returned in September. So you can say it was during the pandemic, yeah.
During the pandemic. Have you received any concern of any of the voters saying that we should stop this, not do this now, we should hold the budget because we're doing bad, well, whatever?
No, Councilman, none. I have not, nor my office, nor any board member of our board of directors have received any correspondence in that nature.
Do you assist as the SID to any business owner to take the opportunity of the COVID-19 loans and programs that you have out there?
Yes, so every time, and most of that is done through the NJEDA, every time there's notification of any type of grant opportunities, it's my job and my duty to correspond to the property owners and business owners, which we've done, in assisting them and educating them on what's available for them.
Have the SID stopped working while the pandemic was going on?
No.
Or while this pandemic now?
No, we have not stopped working. The maintenance crew that's on the ground has continued throughout the pandemic 7 days a week. There has not been any type of work stoppage or cutback in hours. Everything's been full throttle, and even myself, I've not stopped working. I work full time. I'm in the office. I'm accessible at all times.
Thank you, Council. Last question. So your salary increase, it was approved by the board, unanimous?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no more question, Council President. Thank you.
Councilwoman Mims.
I think Councilman Jackson was next.
Yeah, I don't see him in the screen.
I just have a question. I saw the letter, and Corporation Council, I'm glad you popped back on the screen. I want you to stay there for a second. So the letter that you sent to us, Director Cruz, first, let me commend you for the great job that you have done since you've come in scraping all those poles with all that gum, tape, you name it, repainting, walking through. I'm gonna call you tomorrow for another project, but I have to commend you for the great work that you've done. You sent us a letter identifying the board members. Can you identify and list the name of those board members to avoid any conflict of interest as relates to anyone voting on this item? Could you identify those board members for this project, please?
Yes, Councilwoman, Council President, through the chair, the correspondence that I sent the council lists our current board members. Matthew Evans is our chair. He owns a property on Fair Street. Charles Florio is our vice chair, who owns multiple properties in the district. Our secretary is Erwin Bailey, who owns a property as well in downtown on the corner of Broadway and Main Street. Jason Shen, who's the most recent, who acquired 100 Hamilton Plaza. Susan Reyes, who owns a property right across from City Hall. And Jamie Dykes, who represents the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, thank you, Director. Madam Clerk, I just wanted to list out the Board of Directors. Is it suffice to say that if there's a conflict with any of the Board of Directors members, that we should possibly recuse ourselves from voting on this particular item? Madam Corporation Counsel?
Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President. If there is a conflict, then members should recuse themselves, but I don't know that there's a conflict considering that members of the Board of Directors are not getting enriched by anything that the board does. It's actually for the SID. There's no personal relationship between the parties. It's the SID process. So for example, Mr. Chen, who's the newest member of the board who now acquired 100 Hamilton. If someone worked for him and if someone had a relationship with him, his vote on that board is not anything to do with his property, it's to do with the SID. So I don't know that there is a necessary conflict. However, if someone does believe there to be an appearance of impropriety based on their relationship, then they should recuse themselves.
Well, Madam Corporation, I never really disagree with you, but they pay taxes, right? So if any of these board members are paying taxes into the city of Paterson, and if there is a conflict of interest with any council member, I am putting it on record again. So some of the board members that are on this board pay into the city's taxes. Even though this is a downtown SID, I'm gonna ask again, if they're paying into the city's budget, will it be a conflict? I'm covering myself and I'm just putting it out there for the list of names. I wanna make sure that there is no conflict just to protect myself and any of my colleagues.
Let me add something to the question. So I think it's not actually the city's budget, but the SID budget. Because if they're voting on the budget, that actually affects those members. Because they are taxpayers of the SID also. So I think that's where the question comes in. It affects them. Just wanted to help Councilwoman Mims. It's not just the city's budget, but the actual.
Hey, Council President.
So hold on. So Corporation Counsel, based on that, I know you stated that he's not enriching them. It's not enriching them. But if I'm a property owner, let's just say I'm a property owner, and I'm part of a board member of the SID, and I don't agree that we should have a SID because the services that this SID is provided should be provided. I'm just using my personal opinion that the SID that I never agree on the actual creation of the SID, and that these services should be provided, by the DPW department, which they're responsible for collecting garbage, not necessarily sweeping my sidewalks, but it might influence my vote. So I just wanted to throw that in there, just to help you out, Councilwoman Mims. And that was it. So you have Councilwoman Khan and then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. This is for the Director Orlando Cruz. What's the title for Jason Ching? He's just a member?
He's just a board member, yeah. The executive officers are the first four that I mentioned, but Jason is just a regular board member trustee.
Okay, what is Susan Reyes?
Same, just a board member trustee.
I only got 3 names in front of them. Who's the other 4? Who's the 4th person? Oh,
Yeah, Jamie Dykes is the treasurer.
oh, treasurer.
Yeah.
Okay. I just have one more question. Director Orlando Cruz, can you tell me, like, okay, what I'm gonna try to figure out is, my property is worth, cause it go by your vote is gone, it goes by the value of your property, right?
Correct.
That's how you vote. Okay. Now, I see here 49,390,200 votes. Tell me, how would I calculate if my property is worth $10 million? How do I get 10 million votes?
Yeah, ideally, yes. So if whatever your property is worth, that's how much, whatever the assessed value is of your property, which we obtain from the city's tax rolls.
Okay.
That's how much your vote is valued. So, for example, just to throw it, as you said, yes, if your property is assessed at, 900,000, that's how many votes you get.
Okay. So one more question. So you're saying that the total value for the properties in the downtown Sid is value, all the ones that are members, are valued at 49,390,200.
Those were the ballots casted. So of the total ballots casted,
okay,
that was the total amount in assessed value.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the 44 million was in favor, and the 5 million was against.
Correct. And Councilwoman, you know better than anyone else, this is the same process
right
that Bunker Hill utilizes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Director Cruz. Thank you, Council President.
Council President? You're on mute.
I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, because I think Councilman Velez is next. But I just want to ask a question. You just stated the assessed value of the ones that voted. What is the total assessed value of all the properties that actually contribute to the city?
The total assessed value of the entire district is, I don't have it in front of me, but it's approximately $230 million.
So I don't get it then. If it's over $230 million and 40, so it's an interpretation of how you put it, because I know you mentioned that you got 80% of the votes. Like to me, it was that 80% of the people that paid taxes into the CID voted in favor. But actually, only 80% of the ones that casted the votes.
Of the ballots casted, yes.
Correct, but that means that it's a big disparity there. If you have over 2 million of assessed value, and only 46 million worth of, voters voted, there's a big disparity. I know you cannot force people to vote, but now I got a question. How do we make sure that everybody's included in the decision making, that everybody is, get the ballots and actually vote?
I agree with you 100%, Council President. It's something that I've been working on, as I said, since I've been on since last year, 2019. We received a little over 15% of the total district casted their ballot. This year we're around 18%, so the number's going up, but it's us continuing to do our due diligence to reach out to these property owners and wanting them to actually cast their ballot. But it's just like what we're experiencing now with the general election. I mean, we mail the ballots to everybody, and we encourage them and reach out to them to cast their ballot and send it back either via email, fax, or even in person. And this is what we get. A lot of our property owners don't live even in the state of New Jersey, so they are given the opportunity to email or fax it. Those that do, and those that don't.
So, and I never asked this line of questioning, but I just find it disturbing that I know for a fact there's one big developer here that often complains about the CID, right?
Correct.
I use the word complaints, brings a lot of concerns regarding the CID. Let me ask you a simple question, and you would know. You don't have to have the paperwork before you.
Yeah.
In the past 3 years, or since you've been there, how many times, for example, Alma Realty, right, have voted and did they vote this time around?
They voted last year, and that's the first year I started. I do have records. They did not cast a ballot this year, no. But they casted a ballot last year. Mr. Gomez, who actually called on their behalf, actually attended the meeting and handed the ballots in person. This year they didn't, and they didn't call or reach out to me that they didn't receive it. We didn't get any return ballots. I know that the tax roll this year has their home office located in Long Island City, and last year it was 301 or 300 Main Street, which is right across the street from the mall.
What's the assessed value of those properties that they own? Just curiosity.
So the mall itself is not assessed. It's not within the SID because it sits on property owned by the parking authority. But the other properties combined is probably approximately around 13 million or so.
Okay. So the mall isn't paying to the city?
No. Yeah, because they sit on grounds owned by the parking authority. They're not assessed within the SID.
So they don't pay to the city?
Correct, sir. Correct.
Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that. But I know Councilman Velez, Councilman Jackson, you raised your hand previously because I know you were not in the screen. So you know what? We start with Councilman Jackson, then Velez, then Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Jackson.
So, I have yet to come across any property owners that have told me or that I've spoken with that have been in favor of the city. Broadway Pizza, Broadway Electronics, George the Butcher. There's multiple businesses that I've spoken to and, just questioned, what's your input and what is your, your feedback with regard to the performance of the city. And each and every one of them, in fact, I brought a young lady who owns a property on Market Street, right off of Main, extremely unhappy with the services of the city. It's not like it's improved a great deal. It has improved. I would acknowledge that. Director Cruz, and the fact that he's a local person, because most people know that my major issue with it was the fact that it was a young lady who didn't live in the city, earning close to $100,000 a year, 80+ thousand, which is an issue. But it's still an issue because a great deal of the resident or the property owners that I speak with are not in favor. And the fact that we're talking about 40,000 or 40 million, which is reflective of a small percentage of those property owners, is an exact example of what I'm talking about. And the fact that you have a property owner who comes on the line and says they weren't involved in the process, they're not in favor of it, just tells the story of what I've been, posing against for the past 7 years against this unsuccessfully. But, we'll continue to play the game. I don't know what more could be said. I'll just utilize this as an example. I don't know where Mr. Florio, his perspective is. I know he's recently become a large owner in that area. I reached out to him, but I haven't gotten a response. But I know he's paying, astronomical amounts of money just to provide additional security for multiple properties that he owns, and I'm sure he's doing it down there. Part of, some of the services that's supposed to be rendered is improving the area relative to foot traffic, relative to commerce, safety, and none of those issues are being addressed from my perspective. And when I'm speaking directly to, and most of these owners, in fact, I talk to the owners some of the ones that I've named, well, once it comes to the council meeting, they don't even want to be bothered because they don't respect or believe that this process has been, that they've been represented fairly. So they're just gonna bear and grunt it. And the fact of the matter is, here I am, the representative of the area, and I have council members who are council members of other areas advocating for this thing as if it's in their ward. But listen, I'm not going to prolong it. I mean, I've done this song and dance multiple times, and it's obvious, the fact that you still have the treasurer who's not a resident of the city. You still in control over the other entity in the city that's squandered over $30+ million. I mean, this right here needs to be. This is an investigation waiting to happen. But nothing personal against the director. I think he's doing a great job for what he's being given. But this thing needs to be looked at in its entirety. If you don't have at least a 70 to 80% participation rate in an additional tax, it's an alarming issue. I think that something needs to be done, but obviously, I'm only the advocate of voice of one, so you guys can carry on.
Councilwoman Mims.
I think Councilman Velez had something to say.
Councilman Velez?
You could go, man. I'm discussing with my legal team.
No, I'm good.
All right, so let's continue, Madam Clerk. Let's do a roll call. Councilwoman Davila.
So, I want to apologize as I had to step aside, as I shared in the beginning of our meeting that I would be stepping aside. So, if you already discussed, I want to know, was there an answer to why or who is the appointee from the council? Was there because I know that was in our workshop, we asked that question. Isn't that part of the bylaws?
Council President to Councilwoman Davila, the city's appointee, and this is, since I've been on, this is how it's been. The city's appointee is through economic development, and currently is the UEZ director. She's been sitting on our board for as long as I've been told, I guess as long as she's been there, but the city's appointee is through economic development, and it's currently the UEZ director, Penny Forrestine.
So it was my understanding that it was a council member should be part of that, as per the bylaws.
Correct. From what I've been told, just from the history of the SID, is that this is how, I guess, maybe it could be a council, previous council group, but this is who they chose to be on the board. I'm open to having a discussion with each and every one of you on if you want to have a specific appointee. But this is what I've been told that the council and the administration agreed, I guess, years ago on who would represent the city and the council on the SID board.
So Director, Council President Ramey, the bylaws are the bylaws. It says there should be a representative from the mayors, so from the city, and one from the city council. So you just don't choose, we the council choose who goes on that SID. So.
Correct.
So why, and I asked that question previously, why isn't there one? I mean, I'm not hearing the reason there is not one.
Again, Councilwoman, what I've been told from the history of the SID, the city and council representative is economic development. They have Penny on their behalf sitting on our board.
On behalf of the administration. I'm
correct.
Our side.
So correct. Again, what I've been told is that was an agreement, maybe, and again, it could be from a previous council. If you guys, the current council, you want to have a different conversation, I believe you guys are in the purview of having that, and we are open to that conversation.
And the last thing, Council President, you were going to say something pertaining to that?
Yes. Is there terms to these appointees?
Yes, every year. Every year, the current board of directors is reaffirmed.
So you have a vacancy every year, no one says anything?
That's the board of directors, correct?
We have something similar in the housing authority, by the way, but we could have discussed it another time.
So,
Council President, I'm open to have that discussion with you, yes.
so that's an open discussion with the council.
Council, yeah.
So Council President, I know that, we had requested some information, and I guess Councilman Velez received some information, but I didn't. Did you receive something, Councilwoman Mims? All right, so I didn't.
Yes, it was sent in our home packet, Councilwoman Delver.
It was a formal letter.
It was a formal letter.
All right, so.
No, nothing. Have my packet. Nothing in my packet. But anyway, you know what? I just.
Can I just email it to you now?
You can, but it's not going to change my position. All right, Council President, I'm done. I mean, it's clear that us as council members as a whole should be receiving all the information at the same time. It should have been emailed, the fact that it's not in my packet, okay, but I didn't get an email, and this was from last week. All right, I'm done, Council President.
So, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
and Corporation Council, we need to look at this bylaws, and we need to know when can we appoint someone there? ASAP. Please.
Council President, if I may,
Yes, Corporation Council.
I will reach out to the city's attorney and we will have that done immediately.
Thank you.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
as the first ward council person, I mean, it should be clear, the first ward council person should be the council representative. I mean, if the council wants to consider something else, because obviously, my position has been one of opposition, and there's been a number of different requests that I've made throughout the years prior to this director being there, and I have yet to receive anything. There's been a gross disrespect from this SID, relative to any concerns that I've had, and I want to continue to put it on record so as it continues to move forward through this process, I can continue to point it out that the council didn't do its part in holding this agency accountable. I've said it a number of different times, over and over again. I brought up the issue with the bylaws, several times years ago, and what else can I say? When I go and speak to business owners and they're telling me that they have not been part of this process, and then I've asked for the results of the voting, and I haven't received any of that information either. So, listen, I'm respectfully requesting, as the caller has, to take this item, so we can have further discussion, and hold it for answering from the first ward councilman, and making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, if it's the consensus of the taxpayers to move this shit forward, then so be it. I'll move out the way. But when I'm consistently getting phone calls and complaints, there's issues. And not only have I brought some of the people forward, but the young lady came to the council meeting, sat and stood right next to the former director, and she still has not been contacted, conversed with, concerns met. I mean, she's a taxpayer within the city, and if she's being negligently overlooked, then how many other taxpayers negligently overlooked? So, this is a gross negligence that needs to be overseen, and this council, again, provides the oversight, has the authority, has actually formed the SID, and was disappointing, relative to the context that the director brings about. Well, we're open to the conversation. Nobody's asking them to be open to the conversation. This council is the authority. It's not them. It's this council. This council has formed that organization. This council has all authority to exist this valuable organization. And please, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Velez, if you can, please be respectful. And
I'm you.
this council has the authority to be responsible. So the notion and or response of not being responsible sends a clear message of, the politicized involvement of people, of those involved.
So, that being said, is there a motion to table, Councilman Jackson?
Councilman,
I would second.
Council President,
We have a motion and we have a second.
Council President, I finished talking to my legal team and having made my expression on this.
Well, right now, I have a motion and a second.
Well, Council President, I think it would be recommended that to take it to vote. If he had enough votes to convince somebody.
President, there is a proper motion and a proper second on the floor. That should be voted on before anything further happens.
Yeah, thank you, Corporation Council. Madam Clerk?
There's a motion by,
Councilman Jackson and second by Councilwoman Davila.
okay, and Mr. President, are we tabling this, indefinite date or maybe the meeting of November 10th?
We could put it for November 10th and move it again. Yeah, November 10th, and also I want to look into the other SIDs to make sure that we have a representative in those SIDs also. Yeah, so we're in the middle of roll call.
At this time, Mr. President, may I continue with the roll call to table this item?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, roll call to table item number 19 to the next regular meeting of November 10, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz,
No.
Councilman Chahuri,
No.
Councilwoman Khan.
You're muted.
Councilwoman.
You have to unmute yourself, Councilwoman.
I know we're in roll call. I never said, and I've been here 8 years, and nobody ever said that someone had to be appointed to the SID. You know, my SID, the SID in the fourth for Bunker Hill. I'm always welcome to those meetings. I'm always welcome there. They call me when they need me to come see them. If they're doing something, I go there. Now, you're saying now, for 8 years I've been here, nobody ever said an appointee had to be on the SID. This is new to me too, so, but to table this, my vote is no.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila,
My vote is yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, relative to Councilwoman Cotton's comments, bylaws are different for every organization. It doesn't mean that the bylaws for this Bunker Hill SID are reflective of the bylaws of the downtown SID. And it's obvious that they operate a little differently, because if you are included and they do reach out to you, then I congratulate you on their efforts. But this SID never reaches out to me, has never contacted me. The director has reached out, the current director has reached out when he first became the director, but since then, because I was assuming, I'm going to just assume that the belief was my issue with the SID was directly related to the former director, and that's not accurate. It's not accurate. It's about performance, and my position has been clear and consistent for the time that I've been here, and this is embarrassing, but it's expected. My vote is no, Madam Clerk.
No, your vote's supposed to be yes.
we are tabling this to motion, this item.
I'm sorry, my vote is yes to table.
Thank you. Councilman Mims,
No.
did you say no?
Yes, Madam Clerk, no.
No to table, okay. Councilman Velez? Oh, you're muted, Councilman.
Oh, thank you. I have to respect the decision of those voters that, entertained the vote that came in. And, you know, I always say it's not what you say, how you say things. They always wait to the middle of at the end of the situation of the process to make their concern heard. You know, when they have 364 days to discuss other things and they want to do it in just one day in this meeting. So my vote is no to table.
Mr. President?
We have a lot of concerns and just like Councilman Velez stated though, they can't wait for the day of the meeting to, bring up these concerns. My vote is also no.
Okay. The vote is 2 in favor, the table, and 6 against. The table fails for item number 19, the table to the next regular meeting.
Council President, pull all the question, roll call please.
Who moved it and who seconded it?
It was moved by myself and second by Councilman Velez.
Correct.
As stated, Madam Clerk, moved by Councilwoman Min, second by Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Roll call.
Okay. Roll call to approve the resolution ratifying and adopting the 2020 budget of Downtown Special Improvement District. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Chahadi? Councilman, let's see.
Just continue,
I
Madam
think
Clerk.
he is muted though. Okay.
Let him mute himself.
Unmute yourself, Councilman. And then it's your vote. You're still.
Yeah, he has the capability. I'm not blocking anyone. Let me try to unmute you. Hold on.
You hear me, Councilman?
Try it again.
Okay, I think he's good now. Councilman, we're voting on item number 19 for approval.
Yes, my apologies, the Wi-Fi seems to be coming off.
Okay. All right, thank you. You're voting yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Carney?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
No.
Councilman Jackson?
No.
Councilman Mapes?
So Director Cruz, I want to commend you on ensuring all of the information that has been asked over this process through introduction to now adopted that you provided. I want to also commend you on providing the votes that were casted, that was asked and it was provided, and for being available throughout this process, whether it was at the point of receiving documents, up until time for vote, that you were accessible to answer all the questions needed to ensure that we did our due diligence to vote accordingly for this item on tonight. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
As I said it before, I hope I'm not muted, okay? As I said it before, we need to respect the voters that submit their vote in the middle of the pandemic. The SID have not stopped working. They have doing their diligent work in the first ward SID business district. I recall the days that they wanted even sanitize, and they went out there and sanitized meters, they sanitized sidewalks, they did everything to make the residents be comfortable in shopping in downtown. Not only that, some people probably want to insult my intelligence, but I still hold the SID downtown operation update from January 15, 2019. I hold it because everything that they present in the council, I try to hold it to make sure that they are performing the same way they present. Director Cruz, thank you for being a gentleman, not only with this council, also being a responsible citizen of the city of Paterson and conducting this SID and managing the SID responsible. I believe that 99% of the SID members are happy with the work that you've been doing. Only 1% probably is not, but 99% are happy. And And I know our residents of Paterson have seen a difference in downtown. And that's why they, in this pandemic and before the pandemic, they don't go too far to shop. They stay local. Let's keep on supporting our local businesses and let's do the right thing, legislating for our local businesses and not scare them away to another city and keep them here doing the right thing. So my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. The vote is 6 in favor, 2 against. Let the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 19, adoption of the 2020 downtown special improvement budget is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, let's do number 23.
Okay, 20.
Hold on a minute.
23 and 24. Oh, Mr. President, for the record, item number 28, as per the administration, that will be taken off, number 28, and it will be placed on the next workshop of November 5th, just for the record.
And just, let me just remind my council colleagues that item is actually, we can't vote on it until the county gives us the green light to let us know that the money's there. That's why it continues to get removed. All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So let's number 23, Madam Clerk.
23? Yes, sir.
I got some people here that probably, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna admit to the meeting. Hold on a minute. Okay.
Okay. May I continue with 23?
Yes.
Okay, next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 23. Item number 23, resolution authorizing a pilot tax abatement agreement pursuant to NJSA 55:14K-1 between the City of Paterson and August Allison Associates LLC for the project located at Block 4602, lots 1 through 16, commonly known as 5-7 Mill Street and Ellison Street. Economic Development Resolution 2603.
Okay, second.
Is that Councilman Davilo?
Yes.
Second.
I was first.
I was first, Council President.
I was second.
Heard, Councilwoman Davila.
I was
I
first.
was second.
Do we have a replay button here? Unbelievable.
You can replay it, I was first.
Madam Clerk, but Madam Clerk heard Councilwoman Davila, therefore Council President.
I said first.
Right, council members, we all know that we're very supportive of this, and we want it on the record, but, come on, let's just,
Council President, you could put 2 people moving it in 1 second.
hold on,
No, it can't go that way.
hold on. Madam, Corporation Counsel,
This is incredible.
it is incredible, what we have to fight about, who's moving and who's not. I'm sorry we're not at the chambers here, and it's hard.
Council President, Madam Clerk is, I will, with all due respect, Madam Clerk is our parliamentary. She said Councilwoman Davila, she called it. That's why I'm saying that.
Yeah, properly, I moved it first.
Okay,
Madam Clerk is parliamentarian.
Madam Clerk, do you recall who moved it first?
Heard Councilwoman Davila, that's what I heard. I don't know if Councilman Mims had commented.
Okay.
And I repeated what she said.
So it was moved by Councilwoman Davila. It was seconded by Councilwoman Mims, and who else?
I think Councilman Velez did as well.
And Councilman Velez. Do we have a discussion?
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Should I continue, Mr. President?
Who spoke?
Council President Aziz.
It was Councilman Abdelaziz.
What's the rush? All right, let's go, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes. Roll call on item number 23 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Yes.
Councilman Jahardi?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Madam Clerk, I just want to be real quick, and I just, I'm sitting here tonight, and I know how hard Dr. Dixon worked to get, something for grandparents raising children. I mean, she left us, I mean, working so hard, she lost everything that she had just about to try to get a project like this going. And let me tell you, I've been around her for the last 15 years, so I know, and I just want to say to the Agus development, this is going to touch so many people. It's going to do so good for so many people here in the city of Paterson. And I just was sitting here tonight just thinking about Dr. Dixon and the grandparents and all the work that Lorenzo Carpenter do and Wahida Muhammad, all the volunteers that be there day in and day out helping that center pass out the food and do everything. It's just amazing, and I'm just overwhelmed. I really am overwhelmed. With that being said, Madam Clerk, and I want to say to Mr. Thompson, I've known you for, I'm not even going to say how many years, but it's been a long time, so you and your wife. But Madam Clerk, with that being said, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dapper?
Well, Councilwoman Cotton, I don't have the pleasure of knowing the young men before us with this project, so my take is a little different. We've given quite an amount of tax abatements to individuals that come into our city, you know, with millions of dollars in tax breaks and so forth. But I see two individuals that are coming back to Paterson. I want to see two successful young men come back to Paterson, give back what they've done in other municipalities. So, you know, it gives me great pleasure. So I don't want anyone to think here, you know, because I know I've heard a lot of conversation about the grandparents. I'm happy of, you know, this development is going to be. And, you know, I'm looking forward to all of the extra things that will benefit our community and our grandparents, and obviously any entities that will be participating and being part of the project. Council President, Madam Clerk, I'm looking forward to seeing this project come to fruition, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm sitting here, I started laughing because I think I see Brother Tyson, is that a shot of Kennedy football on the back wall behind you?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Paterson recognition at its best. I can't be more proud of these two brothers. Obviously, Brother Tompkins is responsible for a lot in the city of Paterson, and particularly, you know, when it comes to black and brown businesses, giving the people opportunity. I'm an example of that. Just had a conversation with my father just yesterday, and we were visiting, going to the accountant. Talked about how the city once was, and when he bought his first house, and how Dave Gilmore's father, who owned the real estate company back then, we had an opportunity to buy his home from him, and how there was opportunities that was made for, you know, segments of our community that normally wasn't done. And when you talk about the necessity to be reflective of the community and have individuals as yourself given an opportunity to play on the same playing ground that we've not been accustomed to. So to say that this is a first, I think that this definitely needs to be celebrated as a first. Not only two Paterson people who return home, not only two Paterson people who obviously had a great impact on this community, the first African American group to be able to pull off a project of this magnitude, this size and stature within the city of Paterson, and the fact that, you know, the testimony by all of the callers to talk about not only your willingness not to step on or step over, but to be inclusive. I mean, this is the first in its totality. So I respect both of you. I appreciate both of you for taking the baton and running with it, to bringing this project to fruition. I'm looking forward to seeing. I don't do. If you look at many pictures, I don't do the whole fanfare, hard hats and groundbreaking ceremonies, but this is one that I definitely will be front and center. And I respect you guys, and I appreciate you for letting me be a part and helping get this thing to the finish line. So respect and thank you for caring about our community. Still, you guys could just be doing things in other places, but you came home and make sure that you can assist in Paterson. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
And so when we talk about where tax credit dollars go, when we talk about what type of projects we need to have in the city of Paterson, this is one of the projects that is definitely needed. It's been a pleasure to be able, as Economic Development Chair, along with the committee, to meet and have many discussions in regards to this project, which I believe is going to help a lot of people in the city of Paterson as grandparents raising grandchildren. This project is 74 new high-quality, affordable homes for Paterson families. There will be 110 construction and permanent jobs, with construction jobs at New Jersey prevailing wage rates and targeting local hires and businesses. So that means they will be hiring local people in this project to do the work to build it. There will be pilot payments. The developers are Paterson, born and raised. They know they went off into Maryland and did some amazing work there and thought it not robbery to come back and to put boots on the ground and to put a shovel in the ground to help rebuild the amazing city that they played on the field of, that they worked in City Hall for. This is an amazing opportunity for our community, for all of those grandparents raising grandchildren, for all of those people that said they want a seat at the table and they need a job. This is a project, I really wish they could have got more money from the tax credits, but they got whatever was allotted. We had nothing to do with it. But I wish they would have been able to get more of the tax credit, because these are the type of projects, when you see so many people with the crime that's happening in the community, a lot of families are being left to raise the children. So hats off Owen, hats off Daryl, hats off Dave. Thank you for thinking of Paterson. Thank you for coming back and making sure that you don't just bring a project before us, but it's a project that takes care of the residents and the great city of Paterson that we all share the same love for. Madam Clerk, my vote is absolutely yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Velez?
Hey, Council President, can you give me a minute to set up my audio? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Just be with me for a minute because I had to disconnect and connect myself again. Let me see if I can. You hear me now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Councilman.
Nice to hear that great voice, Councilman.
You always make me smile.
Thank you. You always also do. I didn't had a chance to probably listen to the comments of my colleagues, but I just want to express myself. At the beginning of this presentation, way back, we always been supportive of everything that have come to the council, especially when it's dedicated to the seniors, especially when it's dedicated to the most vulnerable individuals in the city, those that want to give back to the city. These individuals, once was in Paterson and left, came back now to give back to Paterson, and that is a plus. Hopefully, I didn't have the chance to ask how much will be the rents on these places, but hopefully it will be a fair market or under the fair market to be beneficial to those that are at this time in need, especially the grandparents, those raising children, raising kids. Whatever they're going to contribute through other organization, or the organization contribute to this project is all welcome in the city of Paterson. But it's fair to say that there have been in the city of Paterson other developers that have contributed in our city without tax credit without coming to this council to request pilots, and we had to give them kudos to them, and they know who they are. And you councilmen and council members know who they are. People that have given and donated to other organizations without bleeding the city of Paterson. And that, I have to commend them because they still are investing in our city, upgrading wards that nobody wanted to live, and they are living there now. People living in my ward in the past, because there was no leadership, they never were living. Now they are living in the 5th Ward, 4th Ward, 1st Ward, and you see the development around downtown. I had to give credit to those that without tax credit, I invest also in our city. But in this case, I bless them. I bless them with my vote and the relation that they have with the parking authority and the relation that they have way before with the community. I will strike that this is not the first project that the community is not involved. There's a lot of projects that the community have been involved, probably not through the council, but yet through different boards in the city of Paterson. Welcome to Paterson. Hopefully the groundbreaking is soon, and those that are going to get benefit through this project, hopefully 99.9% residents of Paterson, and 99.9% will be employees created to the people of Paterson. So welcome to Paterson, and thank you for investing in our city. My vote is yes in this case.
Thank you. Mr. President? Yes, you're muted, Mr. President.
I say, I thought I would never see this, but in all the years watching council meetings and now being on the council, this is the first time I see council members fighting to sponsor a pilot. This is, I understand it's a good project, but I just thought that I would never see that, ever. Because right here, we're not approving the project. We all agree it's a good project. We're trying to approve a pilot.
Yeah.
Just that we approved other pilots, recently, because we were told that if those pilots were necessary in order for these entities to secure their financing. But I told the director, please don't, I just hope we don't continue to get more and more, because we need to actually look out after our taxpayers also. Yeah. This is a good project, and this is the reason I'm gonna vote yes on this, but again, I gotta reiterate, this is the first time, I thought I would never see this, council members fighting to actually approve or sponsor a pilot. Not a project, but a pilot. And Councilwoman Mims, I know I just voted, but let me just add the last thing. When it gets to the resolution, I have a resolution here that will actually and say in the future, that won't get to it, we'll discuss it. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 8 in favor. But the record reflects the third ward is vacant, therefore item number 23 is hereby adopted.
Council President?
Can I take a moment, man?
Yeah.
Council President, nobody fight for the second, right?
All right.
What second you talking about?
Council.
We don't fight, this is helping today.
It's in the clerk's office. Go to, it's in a.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
you think you might want to give the gentleman an opportunity to address the council and the public?
That's a great idea, Councilman Jackson. I apologize, I'm so concentrated on moving this agenda that I actually, we're over with this now, it's approved. And, sure, we'd like to hear, you address the public and the council. Who we want to start with, Mr. Tompkins?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. And first of all, I really want to thank everyone for taking the time to hear us today and vote on what we feel is going to be a very exciting project in the city of Paterson. And Darrell and I, you know, we've always, we bleed Paterson. We still have relatives there. We still own property in Paterson. I'm there almost every week. And again, I just really appreciate all your support, and trust me, we won't let you down.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, so, you know, the speakers, can we continue with the agenda?
Well, I created a 5-hour PowerPoint I was gonna preside over. If you'd like, I can take a start.
Mike, you got an easy night, Mike, don't start.
Don't mess it up. All right, so thank you guys, thank you for investing in Paterson, and, let's continue with the agenda, thank you. Okay. So, council members, we have, you know, number 24, I'm gonna request that that we postpone this one, for another time, just because some entities, might be affected, in the process of getting financing, and we don't want articles to be written. And again, and there's no rush to entertain number 24, so we're gonna bring it back at another time. Let's remove that one, Madam Clerk, and let's not, you know, we'll decide when it will get, back on.
Sorry, for the record, we're removing item number 24 from the agenda.
Correct.
Okay,
We're doing right now, Madam Clerk, number 29.
okay, give me 1 second, 29. Next item on the non-consent agenda is item number 29, and item number 29 reads, resolution authorizing submission of a grant application and acceptance of grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation under the Transportation Alternate Set Aside Program 2020, Public Works Resolution 2609.
Second.
Moved by, Councilwoman Davila, second by, Councilwoman Menza and Velez. Roll call.
Roll call on item number 29 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Truhardy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Tong.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor. The record reflects third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 29 is hereby adopted.
Let's do the first reading ordinances, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
Number
sir.
1.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is our first reading ordinances. No public hearing is required. The first item is item number 1. Item number 1, an ordinance setting salaries of appointed and elected officials of the City of Paterson administration.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Avila.
Roll call.
Second by Councilman Velez, roll call.
And Mims.
Councilman Mims.
Roll call.
We continue the roll call?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Roll call on item number 1 for approval for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilman Truhardy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Tong.
Yes.
Councilman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson. You're muted, Councilman. Okay. I didn't hear you.
Abstain.
Abstain, thanks. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
We're making this amendment, but we just hope that, you know, and I shouldn't say this, but given the experience that I have, I just hope the administration is mindful when hiring, and whatever offers are made to any potential employees is in accordance with their, you know, with their experience. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, sir. The vote is 7 in favor. 1 abstain. The record reflect the third word is taken. Therefore, item number 1 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of November 10th, 2020.
Number 2, Madam Clerk?
This item is item number 2 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing Employee Appreciation Day and a monthly recognition program for all city employees. And this is sponsored by Councilwoman Dr. Lisa Mims and co-sponsored by Councilman Gilman Jahardi.
So move.
Move to table.
That's Councilwoman.
Discussion.
I didn't have the sorry, Mr. President. Councilman Mims motioned.
Yes.
Second.
And second by, Gilman, Councilman Chaudhry.
Councilman Jahardi, okay.
Councilman, President.
On the motion to table.
Mr. President.
Council President, Council President, there's a motion to table on the floor.
Okay, we gotta go through the motion first.
I'll second that.
I already did.
I'm sorry, Councilman Jackson.
So we have a motion to table, for this, ordinance also, Madam Clerk.
A motion by
thought she moved it first.
Councilman Velez.
But I thought, Councilwoman Mims moved it first.
Councilwoman Mims and moved it for a vote.
For the table, so now we have to vote against, we gotta vote for the table.
And then there was a second at the table by who was the second?
Councilman Chaudhry second.
Oh, Jim. No, for the table.
No.
Councilman Jackson,
Table.
the
Okay,
table.
second table. Okay, may I continue with this vote, Mr. President, to table? If you have a table on the floor, then we'll have it for the next meeting.
We're not gonna have a discussion at all? Well, discussion.
President, you can have discussion when there's a motion to table.
Okay,
There's a motion to table, you can have a discussion. Roll call.
time, so this, there's no all speak at the same time, please. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Roll call.
Okay, roll call to table item number 2, and I'll put a date for the next meeting of November 10, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz.
No.
Councilman Jahardi.
No.
Councilwoman Cotton.
No.
Councilwoman Davila.
So, Council President, council members, wanting to table an item for better, what I would say, to add more additional and vet it properly, should be entertained by all of us. It makes it seem as though we're not in support of wanting to give, acknowledgement to our employees. That's not what this is. We've been discussing for years and in our finance meetings about the administration putting forth together an evaluation process, okay, and that's something that's done through personnel. This is an administrative function. So we don't even have an evaluation process for our employees as is right now. But we want to go ahead and create an ordinance, something that shouldn't be an ordinance first and foremost, okay? And I just feel that we should do proper vetting. I mean, we're doing what I consider a feel-good resolution, not a resolution, an ordinance to give someone acknowledgement, piece of paper. We should be looking into possibly giving them a bigger incentive than just saying, oh, good job, pat on the back. And so all I'm asking is please consider it. I mean, there should be some type of consideration to have proper vetting. That's all I'm saying. This is not about being against acknowledging our city employees at all. So let it be known, Paterson, I'm not in support of pushing forward. And then what is the emergency with it? Why can't we sit down and discuss it properly, the way it should have been discussed? My vote is yes to table.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, let me be extremely clear about this. I'm not in the least bit interested in some of the antics that that has become the norm of this council. We have employees who can't even afford to take care of their families. And then they're going to be patted on the back and given a plaque or a citation, in acknowledgement of the work that they're doing, while you have some employees who receive astronomical pay increases, pay salary, overtime and things of that nature. And this council is neglecting to do its due diligence with the oversight. I'm still waiting to hear what the results are of the past several weeks, the overtime issues. We have one employee making $9,000 just in overtime alone. But yet we want to do the feel-good stuff for those members of the staff that's fairly mistreated, unfairly mistreated. So anyway, I'm not in support of it now, not in support of it later. It's not something that I'm interested in doing. I don't think this right here has relevance to the 16 shots that rang off on Hopper and Bell. I don't think this has a relevance to the 12 shots that rang off yet less than an hour later on North 6th and Jefferson. I don't think this has any relevance to the funerals that I watched take place and the celebrations take place in the Masonic Temple, this afternoon, from young people who lost their lives. My son is away in school in Connecticut, has spent a great deal of time just discussing another young person's life that was lost, while we want to do feel good celebrations for people who are obviously working hard, but those people can be compensated for their hard work. My vote is yes to table, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So Madam Clerk, let me be clear. This item, to some, they may say is feel good. We are legislators, and some council members have said that. We are here to create laws. This is not anything new. This is done in other municipalities. It's just not here in Paterson. We have not recognized employees in the city of Paterson since Mayor Marty Barnes. Shame on this administration. I'm not going to sit back and wait for a resolution or to put it in another committee so that it doesn't go anywhere. No, not going to happen. This is needed now. We're in a pandemic. We have approximately 2,000 employees. They are watching. They watched last week and they're watching now. I heard your cries. When you work during COVID, some of you experienced it. We've lost loved ones, and you work through and still have not gotten hazard pay. You deserve to be recognized. This is to ensure that once a month there's an employee a month. This is to ensure that for 5 years of service, 10 years, milestones, that you get recognized. It's not a feel good. It may not feel good to some of the council members, but to the approximately 2,000 employees that are watching, that were in disdain last week as they heard the discussion last week, that called me and texted because they were watching and listening, I'm standing with you. I am standing with you. I heard your cries. I heard your pleas. Councilman Gilman Chowdhury, as a request, Madam Clerk, once it's moved, I would like to add Councilwoman Cotton as well as a co-sponsor. We've heard what you've asked. When we see employees not making $40,000 and have worked in the city for almost 20 years, we have to do better. Should we be fighting for more and negotiations? Absolutely. We make that request to the administration. But if there's something we can do as legislators, and that's what I am here for, to legislate. No longer asking, no longer waiting. We have a new legal committee. We talked about it in committee. It is here on the agenda for approval. Madam Clerk, I am not supporting this to be tabled. My vote is no to table it.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Can you hear me, Madam Clerk? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear.
All right, so, I feel good that this is here tonight, at the table, and we all having a seat on the table. I feel good that the resolution was drafted. I feel good that Councilwoman and Councilman Chowdhury and Councilwoman Cotton sponsoring, co-sponsoring this resolution. I feel good as a legislator reading the ordinance that is in place. But at the same time, I feel bad that they're not receiving nothing. They're not receiving just a piece of paper saying congratulations for your 5 years, your 10 years, your 15 years, your 20 years. I feel bad because they're only going to receive a paper with a signature of the council and the signature of the mayor and probably a breakfast. And they're going to digest in less than 45 minutes and throw it down the sewer. But I feel bad they're not going to receive something that could pay their light bills and they could buy clothing for their kids. I feel bad because they're not going to pay the bills of the house. I feel bad that they're not going to take their wife to dinner because the salary that they're getting is not even enough to buy a good, decent reservation as sit at a table and buy dinner for their families. That's what part I feel bad. You know, I always say when I draft laws or ordinance, if it is for enforcement, there has to be a value of money behind it. And if it's for benefit, there should be a value of money behind it. Employees of DPW, and everybody knows I'm boots on the ground. I speak to them every single moment, every single day. Not only DPW, police, fire, health employee, from porters up to high levels in this city. And you know what they say? Council member, it's good that they pat on the back and they say thank you, but we don't see this. We don't see the money. The other cities are getting paid more than us. Surrounding cities, small cities, are getting paid more. And it was fair to say that, Councilwoman, we're not against, please, to not send a message disturbing, you know, what we want to say here, or trying to confuse the employees in the city and threaten the community out there that we are the one against it. No, what we want is, oh, okay, we're wrapping. What we want is,
we're gonna get to vote on this. You can speak a little bit more when you're ready to vote, please.
correct. Council President, Madam Clerk stated that we are tabling it to another day. We're not tabling it to kill it. We tell it to discuss it more, so my vote is yes to table at this time.
Mr. President?
So it is clear what the outcome is of this. So let's just go vote. My vote is not to table. Let's just go and vote on this item.
Okay, the vote is, let me announce the vote, Mr. President. The vote is 5 against, 5 noes, and 3 yeses. The tabling of item number 2 fails. The roll call to vote on the first.
How was that vote?
Was 3 yes, not to table, and there was 5.
5 no, not to table, 3 to table.
Right. And let the record reflect the third one is vacant, so it's 5-3. So it's failed. Fail the table. May I continue, Mr. President, to?
Yes.
Okay. Roll call to vote on item number 1 for first reading. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I didn't think this was gonna take that, long. So we have in front of us something that is establishing a day for the administration to celebrate our employees, right? You see this all along the calendar throughout the year. There's Administrative Assistance Day, Bosses Day. All these days that acknowledge people for the work they do. This is an ordinance that's establishing something to celebrate our employees. We spent almost an hour between our workshop now on doing this. And then my council colleagues that I hear that their concerns are valid. And we want to give them more. We want to give them more incentives. We want to pay them. But let's be real. When it comes to financial incentives, it goes into the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement, that we as a council don't have the authority to do as ordinance or as a resolution. There's legalities to say things, but there's ways to do things. So we can't give the incentives until the CBAs are negotiated with the administration and the unions, and it comes to the council for a vote, and that's where you vote yes or no based on the incentives that are in that CBA. So we can't give money as a council. We can't give bonuses. We can't say, here, you did a great job this month, here's your $10,000 salary. That's not the council's function. And the good thing with the legislative body, not just in the council, but throughout the state of New Jersey and our federal government, as council people, we have opportunities to amend ordinances that we establish to make them better, or to rescind ordinances. That is the legislative process, that is the democratic process. So this is a step forward. This is the first step for an acknowledgement, a ceremonial thing that could be a morale booster. You know what, we could create this and the administration cannot enforce this, right? That's what could happen. But if we want to make it better, every council member has an opportunity to amend it by the second ordinance, bring those recommendations to our next workshop that you want to make it better, put those amendments on the table. You know, it's first reading ordinance, and it's just that we got to see where we're at with this. So my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Charlie?
The spirit of this ordinance is to ensure that we provide just a small measure of thanks to all the hardworking individuals that we have here in the city. I would agree with my council colleagues as well that there are more opportunities to provide dignified approaches to help our staff members. So I do look forward to more conversations happening. I do look forward to possibly some type of incentive program, some type of recognition program that will go greater than this. And I think this is the first step. And there are multiple opportunities for us to change our mind or to either adapt or refocus exactly what we want. But I believe that this is a right step. This is just the first opportunity. And again, if in future conversation we feel as if that we need to go one step further and provide another level of service to our staff members that are working every day very hard, this is just a small pat on the back really to point to that we appreciate all their hard work. We appreciate everything they do. And again, the spirit of this resolution is to provide thanks to them. And I hope someday in the future, there might be an incentive, might be a further recognition program, but my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cotton?
Madam Clerk, you know, I remember when Marty Walsh was mayor and he had recognized the city employees here in the city of Paterson. And you know what, they felt good. You know, people, with everything that we're going through now, people really needs to feel good. I don't care what anyone says. You think that they really do. They want to be recognized, and as my other councilman Al said, that I wish we could just give everybody raises. I wish we can give everybody bonuses. I wish we could do all of that. But as of now, we as council members cannot. And you know, I guess I'm out a lot, and when I see the city employees working, whether it's DPW, whether it's inspectors for community improvement, whether it's the police department, whether it's the fire department, you know what, I go up to them and say, I thank you for everything that you do for us. And because it's a lot, I thank you for everything that all the city's employees do for us. You know, I go into some of these offices on the first floor, the second floor, and just to say hi. Just to say, how are you ladies today? How are you gentlemen today? You know, go visit 125. Go visit the second floor. Go visit the first floor. You know, and when they see you coming in, they say, well, you know what, she's recognizing me. She's saying to me, thank you for everything that you do for me. Thank you. And I thank them for everything that you do. You know, there's a lot of things that got to be done here in the city. There's a lot of things that need to get done. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilwoman Dalgo?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, this has to be the most disingenuous, castrated council that I've ever witnessed. You know, I've watched the city council during the Jeff Jones administration hold the administration accountable to the highest degree. When there was scandals with regard to overtime and, unfair pay, unbalanced pay increases in certain members of, what they believe certain members of the administration, there was a level of accountability. I get tired of listening every night. Well, we're only the council. We don't have the ability to do this, to do that. The council directs everything that has to do with the finances in the city. So the things that take place by this administration or any other administration is happening because the council, not every council member, but the majority of the council at least, is willing to allow it to happen. So when we talk about the failures that happen in this city relative to the uptick in violence, you talk about the failures and the unfair practices where certain employees have to actually take the city to court in order to be treated fairly, and then there's multiple positions allowed to be created, but yet we're writing legislation to just pat people on the back and not try to make sure that they're able to take care of their families at a certain way, the way other people are who work for the city are allowed to. We failed to hold administrations accountable for residency policy. We write legislation that obviously, as one of the council members has talked about a moment ago, failed to be enforced. I've written a number of different items that fail to be enforced, panhandlers legislation, things that have an impact on the quality of life of the people in this community. So I commend, the efforts because, we do have a great deal of employees and they look forward or would like to be acknowledged, but I'm sure if there was a census and a poll that was put out there to ask all the 2,000 employees, what is it that they would like to have? Would they like to be acknowledged at 5, 10 years or 15 years, or would they like to be fairly compensated? I think that I'm willing to bet there'll be an overwhelming amount of support for being fairly compensated. And when we talk about city employees that have yet that still work for the city for 30 plus years, make less than 30,000, and then when you have contractual obligations for hazardous pay, and these members who are in support of this fail to stand firm on forcing the administration to do what's legally right, because when those entities decide to take us to court, it's going to cost taxpayers more. So we, the administration, made a decision not to give it a fairly across the board. And this is the type of responses that we allow as a council, but yet we want to do the feel-good stuff. I'm not going to prolong it anymore. Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Councilman Hicks?
And so, Paterson, I think I've expressed it when drafting and creating and writing this ordinance and having sponsorship with Councilman Chowdhury, as well as Councilwoman Cotton. One of the things that we thought about was adding items as far as mugs or keychains, and then we found out that anything that you would have to pay for, there would be a concern. When it came to giving dollar amounts for years of service, all of this stuff, increasing salaries, has to be done through negotiations. But what's really interesting to me is that we continue to talk about the salaries, how low they are, and what they need to be. But we as the council, once they go into negotiations, which we're not a part of, this council votes on it. So we have to, when it comes to the negotiation process this year, for next year, when it happens, we have to vote no. If the salaries are not commensurate to the work that's being performed, we have to vote no against those contracts and say that our employees deserve more money. That's something we can do as a council. But in the meantime, this is in the meantime, because until that happens, our employees day in and day out, it's been years that they have been in the grind. I don't need to do a statistic. I'm out with talking to them every day. That's why I created this law, because I've spoken to them every day. When I saw our frontline workers, essential workers out on the front line during this COVID experience, working tirelessly, when we get calls and texts and emails and social media posts, and our employees are first on the scene to clean up some of the issues of the vagrants, the homelessness, and we can go on, abandoned properties and so much and so forth. And what about the big bags of McDonald's that people throw out of their car that we have to go back and clean up after individuals or people or big boats that are being dropped off all over our city and just left out of nowhere. And our employees, once again, have to be a part of the process of the cleanup. Our employees, Paterson employees, thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of tonight. You deserve to be recognized. It's not just a piece of paper, because if it was just a piece of paper, it would have been done already. It has not been done since Mayor Marty Barnes. You deserve to be recognized. Thank you for everything you do. There are approximately 2,000 employees in the city of Paterson, and this is a way for the administration to acknowledge we don't have performance reviews in place. We don't have it in place currently to have reviews to say whether you're doing a good job. There's no performance measurement indexes in place to identify that. And so we have to ensure that as the legislative body, we have to create ways to be able to write laws that will ensure that the administration does what is responsible. So this ordinance is amazing to recognize. I will put the challenge out now that before, and I've said it in our finance meeting, and Madam BA and Council President can concur to this. We have talked about, Council President and I, in negotiations to ensure that there are raises for the employees. That is something that should be discussed. When it comes time before this council to vote, if that's not commensurate to the work, then we should vote no. So we have to make sure that is the way to give them more money. That is the way to increase their salary. It is not through this ordinance. We cannot do it through this ordinance. This ordinance is to recognize our employees, and I'm with our employees. They work day in and day out. Employees, my vote is for you, and my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez? Councilman Velez? Not there. Haven't seen Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Davila, did you say pass, correct?
Yes, I did.
So it's your turn now, because I haven't here. I don't know where Councilman Velez is.
So once again, to all our employees that are out there that watch these meetings and that also called me, that understood that I am no way in any shape or form against acknowledging, years of service, day in, day out. Councilwoman Cotton, I do the same thing. Every time I see a DPW worker, someone sweeping the streets, it doesn't matter. I'm saying thank you to our police, fire, day in, day out. As I stated before, why I wanted to table it, it's not because I'm not in support of showing love to our city employees. It's because I felt that it needed more teeth. I felt that it needed proper vetting, and I don't think we did that. And so, again, I'm not in the position or to just do something to make someone feel good by just showing a paper. I want more action. And so this is why I will continue to say that I felt it needed proper vetting. So to all those employees that called and say how upset they are that they have not received their hazard pay, let it be known that in our personnel committee meeting, our BA stated that the administration chose not to give you hazard pay because they weren't across the board. But the law is the law. The federal law is the federal law, right? So It wasn't that, no, you can't get it, okay? It was that because they quote unquote wanted to be fair across the board, and since everyone can't get it, that's why they chose not to. Council President was in that meeting, Councilman Jackson and Councilman Velez in that meeting as well. We requested for that to be put in writing. Council President, we still don't have it in writing. So, to our city employees once again, and I say this, I look forward always to appreciating you every day and for everything that you do. I just can't support this ordinance at this time. So, Madam Clerk, my vote is no.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think I see Councilman Velez is back. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, Council President, sorry, I'm sorry to the audience out there, to my constituents, is that I had a family reunion today, Tuesday, in my house. Actually, I've been conducting the meeting from my car and stepping in and out to at least wait for them to come back, but I'm listening to the meeting to my ears, the administration, and then I know some people say that they haven't seen employee recognition since way back on the Barnes, and I think that they need to look at the record that other mayors have recognized employees in different shape here in the city of Paterson. What I never seen is employees being recognized and compensated. There's something I was reading before I said it. This ordinance that are created with that are in lane, or walking with one crutch only, and this is one of them. If we create a draft ordinance, let's do a complete one. Why come back and amend it? Why not put a compensation on it? When we do ordinance to create law that have to be enforced, we ask what the state will allow us to do. And then we put in the ordinance. And then we vetted it the right way, and then we pass it. A lot of employee knows that we appreciate that. Not only DPW, I'm talking across the board. From every department in the city of Paterson, the 8th department that had the city. Matter of fact, a lot of employees knows I even visit the basement, and I pass through there and say, thank you for your hard work. I call the communication in the police department. I say, thank you for being there for us. They know we appreciate them. That's in day in, day out. That's every day. If I call to any employee in the city of Paterson, the first thing I say is, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being there. Thank you for your hard work. But you know what? I would like to get more. And that's the thing that we've been talking about. We haven't extended a little bit more to be able to do more for them. Lobbying for races, everyone in the council do that in different form and different platform and different meetings, even in private meetings. We lobby for all our employees. If this is going to compensate the hazard pay, I don't think they deserve the paper to say that they need a hazard pay. They need a hazard pay. I would like to see an ordinance mandating the city that from this point on, okay, every circumstance that is an emergency and first responders and essential worker are working, they need to get compensated no matter what. They need to get compensated financially. I have a lot of debate on this. I don't agree the way that they process it. I'm gonna stay in my vote, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna stay in my vote.
Abstain.
Yeah, abstain.
Yes. Mr. President?
So council colleagues, I often say, let's look for solutions, right? I often hear council members say, how come the council doesn't do this? Well, sometimes we can't. Example, we cannot prevent the administration from giving raises. That's one. Because there's this perception out there that, the council's not holding the administration accountable, the council's not doing this. It's all misinformation. So let me just start with a few things. Now, I checked with legal regarding this ordinance, And there's no legal implication, you know. Councilwoman, Mims wants to basically acknowledge, you know, some appreciation to the employees for the work that they do. We did discuss that we should be doing more, right? But it's a start. We gotta start somewhere, at least, you know, we gotta start somewhere. You have another councilman stating that we cannot give increases. But let me tell you how this is gonna work, just so you guys know, because it's funny. This is how it's gonna work. The administration is gonna go into negotiations with the employees. There's a factor called DCA that they often use as a card. Well, DCA is not gonna allow us to do this, right? But also, let's be honest also, to the taxpayers at home, let's be honest. I'm in favor, and I'll tell you how it gets done, because I was looking for solutions, right? I'm in favor of compensating when the work is getting done and the taxpayers are happy with the performance of each department. But we have some work to do. There's some employees that work really hard. And maybe they're all working hard. The problem is lack of planning and the execution of certain things, right? So one council member stated that we cannot give increases. Sometimes we gotta force their hand. We could pass a salary range for all of our employees, right? That's one. But we cannot do that irresponsibly, right? We have to actually look at our finances. And where will we start? Overtime. How about this? We get our employees from all these departments to do the best job possible, where our residents are satisfied with the services that they're receiving, right? Then we, instead of allowing a handful of people like we see year after year, forget the COVID for a minute. Year after year, we see a whole bunch of employees getting a lot of overtime. Some of them make as much as their salary or sometimes a little bit more in overtime. So we could just tell DCA at the time, look, we passed this, but this is the proposal we have for the administration. Instead of spending all this overtime here, let's give it to the employees. You have employees here that have been here for some of them 30 plus years or 20 plus years, and they don't even make $40,000. So the morale, this resolution, although it shows appreciation, the morale of the employees are, you know, I would say all-time low. I've gotten calls from some of the departments. Some of them were even saying that they were about to walk out because of what they seen take place at 155 Market Street and also within their departments. So at first when this came up, I had my reservations because I don't want to put it in the hands also of department heads. If right now they're not evaluating their employees, how selective are they going to be? It could actually backfire. Instead of improving the morale, if I'm a worker, if there's 10 workers in that department, and the administration, for whatever reason, for lack of oversight or monitoring, decides to acknowledge the work of one employee, which is the one that works the less out of all them all, that could actually backfire. But again, we cannot control that. We cannot control that as council members. So I would not hold it and say that this resolution is bad. It's a start. But we're going to continue to work to make sure that our people, our workers, are fairly compensated. But at the same time, we got to hold them accountable. And we start with the administration. The services are not being provided. So some people are going to get upset, but it's only fair. If you're looking to get pay increases, we're all entitled to pay increases. But we got to improve the services in the city. I don't know if it's too much to ask. You're talking about parks, for example. You have people in the park department. You might have some good employees there. But I've been complaining about the maintenance of the parks for 2 years. So now those that work hard get affected by the lack of results. You have recycling, I haven't heard many calls lately, but it's been a mess for 2 years. Hazard pay, I cannot move the hand of the administration to pay the hazard pay. We have a legal counsel here that's supposed to advise us. If a segment of the employees are, supposed to get hazard pay, so I would not be the councilman that will force their hand. I don't want the administration to come later and say, well, you know what? The money that we pay these employees for hazard pay, we used COVID money to pay them. Now they're asking us for that money back. Then we got to go to the taxpayers. So I gotta leave it up to the administration. Are we asking them to look into it? Yes, we're asking them to look into it. But we want them to be responsible. We actually want them to be responsible. So again, council members, don't say that you cannot, you gotta find ways to do things. Yes, normally we cannot give salary increases. We cannot. We could force a hand though through ordinances. It's like we put a salary range right now into two positions. The administration cannot offer them less than the lower range for any of those positions. If we hire an engineer, you cannot offer the engineer less than 130,000. So, to my colleagues, instead of misinforming the public often, saying that, oh, we're allowing the administration to give increases, we don't have control of it. The only control we have is through the budget. If the money's in the budget somehow, not even for that position, even if they were budgeting for another position, and that position was not filled, they have that wiggle room in the budget to be able to provide that increase to the employee with justification, but we don't even approve the justification. I just wanted the residents to know that. Don't let some of the council members misinform you. At this time, this resolution, I don't see any harm with this resolution. This in combination to hopefully getting them additional pay in the future should be a move in the right direction. I don't think it's this alone is gonna improve the morale, but we have to appreciate our employees. There's a lot of employees that work very hard. So at this time, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 5 in favor, 2 against, 1 abstain. The record reflects the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 2 is adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, November 10, 2020 at 7 p.m. Number 3, Mr. President.
Okay.
Next item is item number 3, an ordinance designating Rose Street between Market Street and Parkway as a one-way street southbound, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Councilman Ballot?
Second.
Yes.
I don't know if, let the record reflect.
Yes, sir.
Gotta look at the list here. I don't know, let me see if all our council members are here.
But we have 5. Okay, I see.
No, we have enough. I just wanna make sure you don't have to stop and ask for their vote and wait for them to log in. If I don't see them here, do you see, yeah, I don't think Councilman Abdelaziz is connected any longer.
I haven't seen it.
All right, so yeah, just don't call out his name for a vote. He's no longer in the meeting, all right?
And Councilman Jackson,
I actually logged him back in. I don't know why, he must have some technical difficulty, but I see him here. He's connected.
Councilman Jackson? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilman Ballot and second by
Councilwoman Davila.
Councilman Davila. Okay, thank you. May I continue with the vote, Mr. President?
Well, I just want to ask a question, discussion. Is this the same item that we requested last meeting if Hung Shao gave the green light for these items?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Velez.
there's 3 items that you're going to see continuous. There is a bundle on it. The director confirmed that Hong Shao is an approval of it. The one that you table was discussed this past yesterday at the committee meeting. So this one was approved and you acknowledged and to move forward today with it.
Correct. Thank you. Let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Roll call on item number 3 for first reading. Councilman Traherney?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson? Let's say Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Okay, Councilman Jackson, thank you. Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Record reflect the third ward is vacant. Therefore, item number 3 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of November 10, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Number 4, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 4 for first reading. No public hearing is required on this item. An ordinance designating Cedar Street between Market Street and Parkway as a one-way street northbound Department of Public Works.
So move.
Second.
Roll call, Madam Clerk, moved by, Councilman Velez, moved by, Councilwoman Davila.
Yes. Roll call on item number 4 for first reading. Councilman Trahardy?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Yes.
Councilman Davila?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 4 is hereby adopted as first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting, November 10, 2020 at 7 p.m. Number 5, the President.
Yes, number 5, Madam Clerk.
Next item is item number 5 for first reading. No public hearing is required. An ordinance designating parkway between Rose Street and Steely Street as a one-way street eastbound Department of Public Works.
Move.
Councilman Velez.
Second.
Second by Councilman Chaudhry,
Chaudhry.
roll call.
Roll call on item number 5 for first reading. Councilman Chaudhry.
Yes.
Councilman Khan.
Yes.
Councilman Davila. Councilman Davila. Not there. Councilman Jackson.
I'm here, Madam Clerk.
Councilman, you get your vote.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Is this the street that the young lady called about during the public portion?
No.
No, this is parkway between Rose Street and Steely Street.
My vote is yes.
The vote is yes. Thank you. Councilman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
The one that the young lady called it was Park Place. My vote is yes.
Mr. President.
Yes.
The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. The record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 5 is hereby adopted as first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of November 10, 2020 at 7 p.m. Number 6.
Number 6, Madam Clerk.
Yes, next item is item number 6. Item number 6 for first reading, no public hearing is required. An ordinance establishing a 30-minute parking zone in East 22nd Street between 15th Avenue and Park Avenue, Department of Public Works.
So move.
Second.
By Councilman Velez, second by Councilman Davila. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Roll call on item number 6 for first reading. Councilman Trahardy.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims. Councilman Mims. Maybe not there. Councilman Velez.
Yes, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, yes, Madam Clerk.
Oh, you're there, Councilman Mims, thank you. Councilman Velez.
Yes.
Mr. President.
Real quick, Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
I want to ask DPW and the chair of that committee that whenever we make changes in streets, when, right now we're entertaining several ordinances, doing all those traffic changes, that we go and check, the effect that it has had in the area afterwards. There was one intersection that maybe we should, move it up more now, or maybe put a light, but the intersection where, I used to live a block from there, and there was a lot of accidents, but it's causing a lot of problems right now. It's the intersection of 20th Avenue and 19th Street. When there is a lot of traffic, now that they made 21st Avenue one way, and there's a lot of traffic, he backs everything up until Madison now, all around it.
We just made that a 4-way stop.
Correct, because it's a 4-way stop. So what I'm saying is, that was done before the whole conversion of 21st Ave. Now that we have that conversion, and I've spoken to patrol, people that, patrolmen, and they brought that up themselves, even without me saying it, that it's creating havoc in the area because it's backing everything up. When you get a lot of people come through that light and they all have to make a stop, so if you get about, I would say, I don't know the exact amount of cars, but if you get 10, 15 cars, he's gonna go past the light, and it's creating some problem, I was told.
We'll look into
Council President, Council President.
All I'm asking is for you guys to look into it. That's it.
Yeah, Council President,
I'm in the middle of roll call. Hold on a minute.
I know when you finish.
So my vote is yes on this.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent, that the record reflect the third ward is vacant. Item number 6 is hereby adopted in first reading. Second reading will be held at the next regular meeting of November 10, 2020 at 7 p.m.
Move to close, Council President.
Council President.
Thank you, council. Have a good night.
Council President.
Good night, Director.
Hold on a minute. We have a motion and.
I second it.
and
Council President.
Hold on. You just speak. We're not discussing an item right now. At the time of, voting to close it,
Yes.
address it. We're not gonna get into a discussion. All I asked was for us to look into it. If the light would be more beneficial, maybe further down, or maybe in the same corner, that's not for me to decide. We have traffic engineers. All I ask is to look into it, all right? So at this time, just do a roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, I'm sorry. The motion to close by, was that Councilman Mims?
Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton seconded.
Okay, to close, okay, ma'am. Roll call to close the regular meeting of October 27, 2020. Councilman Girardi?
Yes.
Councilman Khan?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just like to say real quick, I just want to send out my condolences to the family, to the young man that was killed on Route 19 the other night. Also, to the families of Tashawn Dupree, who they had the funeral today. My condolences goes out to the family. I'm having my set to crime prevention to environmental design. We're doing Zoom meetings, and the next meeting is scheduled for October 29th. I will probably put it on Facebook to let you know about the Zoom. Also, on November 7th, I'm having a community march through the 4th Ward. It's going to start at Montgomery Park, which is Wrigley Park, on Rosa Parks Boulevard between Lawrence Street and Lawrence Street and Montgomery Street. So please look out for that. Also, I just want to say November 3rd, the election is next Tuesday. If you not have mailed your ballot in, please do so. I see what's happening with everything that's going on. With COVID-19, they're talking about another spike in numbers. They're talking about maybe 500,000 people dying. That's just awful. That's just absolutely awful. So I'm encouraging you all to go out, to make sure you cash your ballot, to make sure you mail it in, to make sure you take it to the drop box. We got early voting starting now. The only day that they're not open down at 41 Grand Street is Sunday. They're open every other day except for Sunday. So please, I need you to go there, cast your vote, because we need to, and I say vote row A all the way, because what I see is getting ready to happen. It just doesn't look good for us. So you out there at home, come to my nonviolence march on November 7th, 1 o'clock at Montgomery Park. We will start there. And to you all out there, please be safe. Be kind, help one another, do as much as you can for your community. And with that being said, and to you all out there, God bless you all. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Dapper?
Thank you. I want to begin by giving my condolences to the Scully family, Buck's family, to my son's very close friend, the Estacio family. Truly, sad day in the city of Paterson. And this gun violence truly has to stop. I have so many mothers and fathers right now, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, grandparents, burying their babies. So my heart goes out to everyone that has lost a loved one. The other thing that I just wanted to mention, Council President, for over almost 2 years, I had put in request after request after request for that four-way stop on 20th Ave and East 19th. I can show you the numerous videos and pictures and accidents in that area. And when that assessment was done, you are correct that 21st Ave was not a one-way. I would urge that if that's going to happen, Council President, I would challenge you to go with me to all those households in that area and talk to them, for you to see that they will be very upset, because I don't think there has been one accident after that four-way stop was put in place, okay? Even with this traffic jam, as I guess what you're saying is, the backup from 21st Ave. It's my understanding, I believe that Councilman Velez was talking about that as well when the changes were being proposed. I think he was making a statement about possibly putting that a one-way. But I do understand, I remember what the chief said, that would not be wise because of the fire trucks not being able to get through. The other thing that I wanted to just say once again is, I want to thank all of those individuals that on a day in, day out basis, give us a call, give me a call. I want to give an extra shout out. Yes, and I'm saying it to the mayor of the city of Paterson, Andre Sayed, for that memo and that press conference that you're going to have tomorrow in terms of an executive order that you're putting forth for businesses, all businesses, and food and liquor establishments to be closed at midnight. I'm looking forward to reading the entire executive order. I think it's needed. As Councilwoman Cotton stated, and many have stated, the numbers continue to increase. This was something that we discussed, the first time around, and we knew that the second round was coming. It's coming in full force. When you see the numbers just skyrocket, I do want to just say one thing, that Passaic County is the lowest, but still, to have over 110 in one day, that in itself, that's scary. Paterson, we are all in this together. There is not one person that can be saved from this. Please, please, please. Unless you're Superman, okay, or Wonder Woman, which I don't see anyone wearing the capes. But on a serious note, I just want to commend, the chief of police, along with our director, Spezial, and the men and women in blue, for doing your due diligence, especially when we all call you. When we call upon you to take care of situations in the city, feel that, we are, as a council, are in support. We can't say we're about quality of life and then not support the same men and women that we call. So, Council President, I want to thank you as well, to my colleagues, Madam VA, Corporation Counsel, Madam Clerk, to our staff members. I just want to say thank you. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First, I want to thank all the members of the First Ward and beyond who attended the last First Ward community meeting. Obviously, considering the circumstances, we had to do the meeting via Zoom. We had a phenomenal turnout, close to 100 guests or participants came out to express their concerns what's happening citywide as well as in the First Ward. So, considering that we had another rash of shootings in the Sixth Ward, in fact, on Bell Avenue, Bell and Hopper, there was a semi assault rifle, Army assault rifle that was utilized. It was over 16 rounds that was let off in a few seconds. And that's a big concern, not only of mine, but to the residents. And not only of the residents of Paterson, but also the residents of Prospect Park. So I would like to invite all of the First Ward residents to participate in the next First Ward community meeting, which will be held on Monday, November 9th, and at 6:30. All are welcome to attend. The login information will be sent out the same way it was before via direct message, and we may or may not post it on Facebook at this time, because we will have the Chief of Police of Prospect Park, Public Safety Director Jerry Spezial, and possibly some other people who can talk about the public safety issues in that area. So I will be remiss if I did not include the fact that an opportunity to dispel some of the things that's been taking place. I failed to mention some of the things that I think are pressing issues, just to kind of see how things play out, how the meeting gets pushed along, and of course, I stand consistent in making sure that the things that's not interested in being talked about, I keep it fresh on the plate of the council table, as well as the community concerns. We failed to acknowledge and talk about this current overtime issue. This last winter, right on Temple Street, there was cars sliding out of control with people screaming. I'll make sure I repost that video because I think people have forgotten. And now we have this overtime scandal in which employees are capable of obtaining paychecks close to $10,000+, where certain employees are allowed to do so much overtime that they can accumulate $9,000 in overtime that does not include their regular salary. So their single paycheck is more than $10,000. When we talk about the council not having the ability to do certain things like pay increases to certain employees and or fair and inequitable treatment to certain employees, is absolutely ridiculous. The manner in which the council holds the administration accountable is the same way in which the council held the Jones administration accountable. And in fact, it's an embarrassment because that mayor was drugged across the coals for the same things that's happening right now, but yet with far less violence that's taking place. We've had an uptick in violence that's been unmeasurable to any of the past administrations. And in fact, when you talk about the number of killings, the number of shootings, instead of us looking to curtail it, we look to circumvent or subsidize revenues by allowing our ills to be televised on national TV through the various whether it's cops or rescue or whatever the case might be. It's an embarrassment. So the fact that this council is still barking with no teeth and failing to hold this administration accountable is another embarrassment. And lastly, in closing, let me just dispel another untruth. Last week, Council President, you made a comment in your closing remarks, which I found extremely disappointing and character assassinating. The fact that I made a gesture to ask the Council President to support an item in the First Ward to give to my friends is an absolute ridiculous statement. That item was vetted not only through economic development, the same question was asked through economic development, the same was asked, and it was also brought through legal. So I'm going to jeopardize myself and put my freedom and my family on the line to ask the council to do what was already on the table to give to someone else, to someone who played college football with the BA and was entertained. And I don't even know these individuals that I'm talking about helping to bring things online in the first ward. The fact that we allow buildings in the first ward to remain vacant and derelict while there's interested parties in doing certain things is a great statement. And it's a statement that reinforces the impression that, oh, Councilman Jackson is failing to get something done in the first ward. I brought the same initiative forward to this economic development director for the empty lot on the corner of Arch and Presidential, and it was ignored then as well. So I challenge you. If in fact your statement is true, then you, sir, are negligent because you should have reported it when it happened, being something that was a potential illegal gesture by a councilman. So to go online and say that I would do something so egregious is a joke within itself. You can try to justify the fact that your negligence of holding the administration accountable, not only as the council president, but as the finance chair as well. And as long as you continue to do so, because I think that there's an intent or a viewpoint that I'm going to stop doing what I'm doing. When there's disparaging treatment that's continuously happening, and it's clear, there's certain individuals that have to file a lawsuit to be treated fairly, while other individuals are given concessions. I continuously ask about the firefighter Hunt, who legally obtained his license to practice and yet is being denied employment, and I can't get the person on this council to support that. So whether or not I get the support or not, I'm going to continue to make the same noise that I've always made on behalf of those disenfranchised members of our community, as well as the employees. You know, we have the same disparaging treatment that's going on all over the place, and I cannot wait to get the platform to address it. So with that being said, I'll be entertained by some further untruths, but I'm looking forward to your file to the Attorney General's office to reinforce the statement of me illegally asking for you to do something, and for some reason or another, outside of you stating at that time that it was illegal. I hope to get an answer on that. But with that being said, Madam Clerk, I appreciate all that you do, and my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Mims?
And so Paterson, I want to thank you for consistently watching and responding to whatever your needs are in the community. I want to send out special prayers to all the families of the victims of the shootings and those that have lost their lives, as well as the tragic accident. It's very heart-wrenching with one of the recent incidents that took place. The two young men were good friends of my son. One of them, they played City Cardinals together with Coach Dre, and then at Tech as well. And they were always at my house, picking one another up. And just to hear of these situations is really heart-wrenching. And so I'm praying for our young people, I'm praying for the parents, praying for the victims. I'm just praying for our city in whole. Paterson, keep doing what you're doing, keep advocating, keep reaching out to us. If you need us, please reach out. I am here, I'm your councilwoman at large. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Clerk, thank you. Paterson, let's keep on praying for each other. Let's stay positive. I just want to say something because regarding the East 19 and 20 Avenue stop sign, you know, that was vetted through process.
way before before 21st Avenue was converted, like the council president said. You know, there's people, you know, even that we agree and disagree in things here to turn street this way, to turn this over there, everybody knows that I didn't agree and I voted no. But now we had to deal with it, you know. People on the 21st Avenue has a new street going one way. Even that the study should be looked closely that now people that want to escape the city from downtown going to the other side of the city, they have to use now 20 Avenue. And that's why it's creating a gridlock. That stop sign is not creating a gridlock or traffic jam all the way to the back. I stated it. I stated that 20 Avenue has 4 traffic lights. 4 traffic lights. And I stated it was already congested way before turning 21st Avenue into one way. And I stated it before. The streets that goes to 20 Avenue from the 5th Ward are more than 5 street going into 20 Avenue and from 21st Avenue going to 20 Avenue. So the 5th Ward residents are not too happy with it because now they see more traffic. The seniors see more traffic, then they see more congestion in the morning and the afternoon every time. The putting 20 Avenue one way was discussed. Unfortunately, way before 21st Avenue was turned into the study of the fire director and the police director, the traffic director, in that time, captain, lieutenant stated. Because this high-rise building will be difficult to turn 20 Avenue into one way. And the other thing is, 20 Avenue has a New Jersey bus route. So I'm not going to jeopardize the residents of the city's government building to walk 1 block away to get the bus, to get dropped off. You know, I cannot jeopardize that. You know, I cannot put them all to suffer. So meanwhile, we need to deal with it, and hopefully those individuals that have raised their concern in the media, at the social media, those individuals that works at DV Bank, those customers that go to DV Bank have to probably raise their voice to the individual that voted in favor of this 21st Avenue. But once again, we need to deal with it. At this time, you know, we need to move forward, whatever we have to do in the 5th Ward, making sure that everything that I do will benefit the whole entire city of Paterson, not just one particular ward. Please, today was 49 cases of COVID-19. Yesterday was 51. And the day before yesterday was 41. So that gave a total of 100 and plus cases in 3 days. I thank the mayor for taking recommendation and to look into this deeply, that we have learned from the first hit. The first hit caught us. A lot of us with our pens down. Now, we got time to plan and make sure that we don't lose our life. Taking the necessary precaution and making sure that whatever we do it with consideration and the life that we could save. Council President, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address my constituents. God bless you all. Have a blessed and sweet dreams, residents of Paterson. And let's keep on continuing praying for each other and supporting each other, not from the mouth, from the bottom of our heart. My vote is yes, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk. I would like to say a few things. Now, I understand we're gonna have a measure, maybe to close, according to the executive order from the mayor, to close businesses, at a certain time. But the problem that we have is a little bigger, and we're having some conversations today. We have all these illegal businesses, operating for years. And the actual businesses that are operating and following, or at least have, all the requirements to operate, they feel like they're being targeted. But then you have all this after hours everywhere, and it's not being addressed. So all I'm gonna recommend the mayor is, look, it is okay that you're taking this initiative, this is something that needs to be done. But if you're not gonna put a plan in place to make sure that all these parties don't take place during the night, I think it's unfair to everybody, to the residents and to everybody, even to the business owners that actually are paying their fees and have employees that live in the city. So we need to put a plan together. For those that were in finance with me for many years, Councilwoman Davila, you were in finance with me for a few years, maybe for 2 years, right? I don't know if you can recall, there was a time, and I'm going to talk also of an experience that I had, maybe Councilwoman Mims could remember this, that I had also in the Board of Ed. So let me start with the Board of Ed. There was a time in the Board of Ed that they wanted to maybe sell the property to a specific developer. And I told them, and again, I'm not saying there was nothing illegal about it, but it's not proper, it's not the right way, it's not the process, right? Which could be interpreted from the public as something illegal, believe it or not. That you try to favor for somebody to get the property. So I asked them to actually put it, an auction, do an auction for it. Now, I believe the law says, and I gotta look into it again, I haven't looked into it for a while. If you go to put it to auction once, and it doesn't get any bids, and I think after the second time, you could go out and actually negotiate with someone. And that's what they did with that building. I don't know if it was School 5 or one of those. Now, Councilwoman Davila, you also recall that there was a time that the city, I don't remember the specifics, the city was planning on doing something, like putting a proposal, but they were asking us to meet with somebody in finance. And I told them, no, that's also improper. I'm not saying that they had any illegal intent, right? Now, some of us council members get approached often by developers or whoever that have a great plan in their hand, right? A great plan. I remember Councilman Jackson brought a plan one time, right? All I'm saying is that there is a process. I'm not saying that there's any malicious intent there, but the process, if we tell you that, that it cannot be done that way, then we start pushing. We don't continue. It has to follow a process. Someone wants to acquire a property, let's try to put it, to a bid. If we don't get any responses, then the administration have the right to negotiate to sell the property. So again, if one of my colleagues approach me and I tell you once that it will be questionable to do something like that, then don't ask me again, because we cannot do it. That was it. I don't want to entertain any, conversation that happened before, but that's what took place. You cannot try to, accommodate or try to, even if it's the best project possible. That's why I had so many complaints about the way the credits were awarded. But for the credits, they didn't have the stipulation that they had to do an RFP. And then, if you guys recall, through the media, we forced the administration to do an RFP for the other place here, Ward Street. But most of these credits were awarded for the RFP. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna leave any comments. There's no room for this. We're gonna do positive things in the city. If someone, felt offended, I apologize. I spoke in the heat of the moment. But again, maybe there was no, I had a situation one time also at the district where a commissioner, he might not understand, the law, the procurement law, and he suggested something that in the perfect world, it should have been like that. For example, when we receive bids, I wish we had the capability of talking to the vendor and say, hey, listen, is there any way, we can negotiate and bring it down? Because that's the best thing for the taxpayers. But the law does not allow it. So sometimes, I wouldn't use the word ignorance, but sometimes when you don't know the process, sometimes you might make mistakes that could be construed in the public eye as you trying to do something illegal. So I wanna put that in the record. The process is not the way we do business, and I leave it at that. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad this meeting didn't take that long. We got things done.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent, that the record reflect. The third ward is vacant. Before the regular meeting of October 27, 2020 is hereby adjourned. And just to remind the council members, we have a budget hearing on Thursday at 5 p.m.
Oh, yeah?
Good night, everyone. Yes, sir.
Oh,
And the municipal league start this week.
good night,
No, the league,
council members.
no, the league is.
All right, good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
You get to see my kids before they go to sleep.